Ladies and gentlemen, oh boy, when you go on a fact finding mission, it's such hard work. I don't know. So many people go into sock account names that you can't even keep up with them. For some reason, I'm not seeing any indication on my show here that there's anybody viewing, but then see the numbers are not showing out on here for some unbeknownst reason. Kind of interesting. Let's see. Yeah, a little glitch on here, I say. No, I'm not sure why that's happening. That rarely happens on here. I know I got viewers, but unfortunately, I am not seeing the numbers. Okay. No, I'm not. So if you're here, you're going to have to kind of send a note or something here because I do not see how many viewers are on here. Now, how do I shut her thing off here? She's got a pad here. Coldplay from Coldplay. Okay. I guess the only way to know you're on here is to make any comments because, quite frankly, I can't see, for some reason or another, I cannot see the viewers on here. Okay, well, probably have to do a show without, unless you make your comments. Yeah, Chubba Wub has been around for a while, but it was a couple of years ago when you'd known him as Chubby Cox. And he was an avid follower of Ricky until they had a falling out of sorts. And then he went under a sock account name under Chubba Wubba, and he's been an extremely active troll on here. Probably one of the biggest active trolls actually on here. And you can fool some people some of the time, some of the people none of the time, but you can't always fool me. It takes time, but I gotta catch up on things, Yeah. And apparently, he's in his 50s, so it's one of these situations. He's an avid gambler in Vegas, apparently, and maybe lost all his money or something, but apparently not working if he has the kind of time to come on here night or day and to, make comments on any show has to do with me or Ricky or anybody, really, for that fact. So, your guess is as good as mine. Is he a loser? Well, obviously so. But he's a very active troll in regards to his commenting. He's always there. He's like Johnny on the spot. Right there. You'll always find him there, making some kind of lame comment. And it goes just to prove my point that the time that people have on their hands to troll other people. And it's kind of a sad statement to make because, well, you would think that they would have some kind of interest in a woman or something, or maybe they just can't get a woman, so they just kind of spend their time on here, like, Popeye and people of that nature. I would imagine that's probably what the case actually is. I think it's a common thing that goes on here. Hold on, I gotta get this music. Okay, she's got a pad over here and she had things playing on it. I can't even see any control buttons on this damn thing, to tell you the truth. Weird. Well, I'm still not seeing any numbers out there of any viewers. And I know there's viewers, but I can't, for some reason, it's not showing out the numbers at all. It would be 0 if it was 0 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and whatever it is. I didn't know how to shut that off. I didn't even see any buttons on that thing to shut it off. Oh, you forget. Is that yours?
Yeah.
That was yours? Okay. Well, I know you never use it.
Faster, low battery.
Uh-huh. But people get found out after a while, then, well, kind of spoils it for them, I guess. But they'll go under a different sock name or they'll deny that stem at all. How do you like those teeth on Don, huh? Don always has something to say about somebody, especially me, but I don't do editing. That's his real teeth, man. Old Yella, we'll call him Old Yella. Yeah. No wonder he's a fan of Fazio because, well, Fazio, remember, yellow is the color of
Josiela,
God.
bye.
Huh?
Josiela?
Oh, Don C, his teeth are like really yellow. Yeah. He's supposed to have money, but he can't afford a brush or toothpaste or something. I don't know. Go figure. Go figure. You have a lot to say about everybody, but you take a look at it. If you've seen Don C, he looks about 15 years older than his actual age is. I mean, I'm older than him and I look younger than him. So they got a lot to talk about other people, but when it comes to themselves, and that's why he doesn't regularly go on camera. He's been seen on a few videos here and there, but rarely comes on camera. And people, of course, like Popeye, well, he has reason not to come on camera because number one, he's a coward. Well, we all know that. And he's not much to look at, so he doesn't want people making fun of him all the time. This is strange happening on my phone here. You can't see how many viewers are on here. And if there was zero, it would be zero. But it just got an indication of the shape of a person, but it doesn't, for some reason, show how many viewers are actually on here. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. That's the first time this happened. Okay, good. I'm coming through regions here. I think it's obvious Don C is lying about his age. Well, he must be. Yeah, I don't know how many viewers I got on here. I'm glad you came on to make a comment, Region, because it's the first time it's ever happened. It's not indicating any viewers at all. Obviously there is, but that's kind of weird. All right, good morning, AJG. The boys in the band are coming in here. Yeah, so it's my understanding, Seven watching. Okay, thank you, because it doesn't indicate on here at all. Okay, all right, as long as I know. So the Chubba Wubba, that's always, the word kind of came into me tonight, and it is believed that Chubba Wubba used to go into Chubby Cox. A big fan of Ricky. He used to send Ricky super chat all the time. Ricky, I think, possibly even met him in Nevada. And he likes to spend a lot of his time and money in the gambling places in Las Vegas, apparently. Yeah, and he got kind of, niffed by Ricky when, well, actually, Ricky was, who was the guy that kind of replaced Ricky's so-called interest in Chubby Cox? There was another guy from Thailand that kind of caught Ricky's attention. Now, Chubba would always send super chats to Ricky, but, stopped sending them after a while when Ricky kind of ousted him because he was talking more about this other guy in Thailand. And so the relationship kind of broke up. Oh, he's fucking crazy obsessed. 10 watching, okay. He's crazy obsessed. He's the worst I've seen on here. And that's saying a lot. He's terribly obsessed. And I understand he's in his 50s, which is kind of interesting in itself. Does a man work? Is he rich, or is he disabled, in a wheelchair, and his whole life is YouTube? And that's why this guy, no matter what time of day or night, if you go on the Copycat channel, or especially, you're going to see his comments. And I think that's a pretty good indication of what this guy's life is all about. It's amazing, really. I used to think it was Warren, but now I'm believing that it's not. And the information I received tonight actually makes a lot of sense to me. I do remember Chubby Cox. I do remember that name. But then he went into hiding and just changed his name and just changed it a little bit. Called himself Chubba Wubba. There you go. Yeah, in this community, the guy is probably on disability or welfare. And that's what I was thinking on that, too. Yeah. Look, I mean, honestly, I've got time on my hands a lot, but tell you what, I mean, my alarm bells are not ringing in the house off the hook. If there's somebody particular that I want to know when they're on, I don't do that. I barely ever hit the notification button thing, on their channels. I don't even do that. It's by accident that I'll find somebody on doing a live show or whatever it might be. But I certainly don't do that. You know, if I catch somebody's show on live, I catch it on live or otherwise afterwards. But I'm not that much of a fanatic on here where I got to do the things that these kind of guys do. Regent says you're living the life he wants to. That's why he's so jealous. But that seems to be the common. Now 14 watching. That seems to be the common denominator on here. I think we all agree on that because I have something to say. That's what it is. Nobody has anything worthwhile to say. Well, listen, it's just pure lies, every one of them. They want to make themselves look better than the other guy. The scheme of life, really, honestly, in the scheme of life, what does it matter what you think of somebody else? Especially somebody you never met. Who cares what you think? That's why they're called trolls. They don't come on here to be friendly. They just want to cause ruckus or be part of the ruckus. That's all it really is. Yeah, jealousy is a common denominator on here. I know it is. It absolutely is. They're not living a life that they want to live. They're living vicariously, obviously, through me. A lot of them are. They just can't, for some reason, they're either disabled or broke or something. They just can't seem to make it to the Philippines to live out here. So they watch the shows instead of, kind of like partaking in the great stuff that happens in your life and commending you for reaching or achieving what you've been wanting to. They get bitter about it and they attack you because maybe you're doing things or you're in a situation that they only wish that they were in. And that's what I've been able to come up with here. And I think a lot of people share that opinion with me. I know. What does it really matter what they think of me? I'm living my life. They're living theirs. That's all to say about that. They're not going to change how I live. I mean. So, yeah, it don't matter. But, I get pleasure that maybe I'm enlightening their life somehow, that it gives them something to do, I guess. The fact that the guy was a big Ricky Drama fan speaks volumes. Anyone that follows Ricky is a monger or a loser dreaming of that lifestyle. Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. Ricky's been a little quiet because he's been in Germany. Unless he had another health hazard or something, but yeah, it does speak volumes that yeah. Yeah, he used to send, and I remember too, he used to send super chats to Ricky all the time. There was another guy that if I had to, if the other phone really worked, I could retrieve this, but I can't. I would read you this whole thing about Mr. Chubby Cox. And my understanding, he's in his 50s. He's in Laughlin, Nevada, Laughlin, I believe, Nevada. And he partakes to the casinos quite a bit, as I understand. It's amazing things you could find out and how people find these things out, too, for you. So there you go. It's always good finding out. Can I really verify this information? Um, I can't tell you 100%, but I believe that's who it is. And the person who basically told me about this is damn sure about it. They remember how he transitioned from, Chubby Cox to Chubba Wubba. It was sent to me in one form or another. I'm not telling you how it was sent to me, but it was sent to me on an old video of mine so that everybody didn't see the message. It wasn't an email. It was one of my old shows or something. Had a comment in there. That's how it was sent to me. And it makes sense to me. Now that I think about it, it does make sense to me. I do remember Chubby Cox. Yeah, quite familiar. He was quite active for a while. Then all of a sudden disappeared and became Chubba Wubba. You can run, but you can't hide sometimes. Yeah, it was sent to me. Because I posed a question, it was today, at some point. Anybody know who this Chubba Wubba guy is? I think I posted on one of my comments. I'm not sure. Or it was on an email to somebody. I think it was on an email. Look, who cares? Look, honestly, who cares what these people do? Payment enough is that these guys are living a miserable life. That's payment enough. I mean, what else could you do, really? Talk bad about them? Nah, it's not going to hurt their feelings. You ever hurt Barry's feelings? Nah. It's what they do, and sometimes people are forced to do things they don't want to do, but when you have that much time on your hands, I mean, really that much time, because when do you not see Chubba Wubba's comments? Ever. You're always seeing it. That guy's got more time on his hands than probably most of us. Yeah, right, AJG. When it comes to Ricky, it wasn't that long ago. He was walking the streets of Las Vegas looking for discarded lottery machine payout tickets thrown away in casino lobbies and on the streets. I remember that. Imagine that desperate to do that shit. What is it that Ricky's not really telling us about himself? Do you honestly believe he makes over 8,500 American dollars a month? I don't think so. He wouldn't be living in a $200 apartment in a rickety complex near Mandawi. He would be living his so-called five-star lifestyle. Region says, when I think of Ricky, I think of a sweaty mess. Well, I'll tell you what. Certainly the first time that I seen Ricky over in S&R, he was a sweaty mess, man. That's why he carries a rag around with him all the time, and it's an indicator of heart problems and obesity and stuff, because your heart is working harder to pump the blood. And if you sweat that profusely, you definitely got some medical conditions going on. There's no question about that. Yeah, he sweat profusely. It's an indicator of many things, actually. Live and learn, guys. Live and learn. How many viewers I got here now? I can't see. That's very unusual for that not to show out. I'm not sure what's causing that. So it really comes down to one thing. People spend a whole lot of time talking about other 21. Okay, that's decent. People spend a lot of time talking about everybody else, but what goes on behind their camera is something that most of you don't see, unless you know personally about that person, or you've actually met him and you know information that other people don't. But information always comes out when a relationship as a friend or, whatever, breaks up. You don't see eye to eye with something. The information always leaks out. It always does. Every time. I think if more people spent a lot more time with their partners, if they have one, well, that's part of the problem. I guess there's a lot of them that actually don't have any partners. I think that's what's going on. I mean, I truly do. I think some of them had good intent to come and live in the Philippines, but maybe they made a few trips. Nothing was happening with them because their appearance, their weight, their attitude. And what I understand about Chubby Cox is that he's a real womanizer, too. He's what you call a true sexpat. So I would imagine that Chubby Cox has definitely been to the Philippines, chasing ass, because he probably couldn't get it in Nevada. That's the way it works. You're a big man on campus when you come to the Philippines, but you go back home, you're nobody. No woman would even look at you. That's why they come to the Philippines, where some women are just not at choosy. If you're willing to spend the money, she'll give you the time. And they all think they're Mr. Studley. Well, how could you be Mr. Studley when you had to take money out of your pocket to have that date for that night? That's not being Mr. Studley. That's being Mr. Desperate. Regent says, I think if a profile was made of your average guy in this genre, it would be a pathetic sight of a man, IMO. And look at Jay and all these people. They're fucking losers, man. Jay lives with his mom. Honestly think about it. All the major trolls on here, think about how they're living, and not necessarily about money. It's not all about the money all the time. Think about how they're living. They're unsettled in their life. They're not grounded at all. They're chasing their tails most of the time. They have no direction in life. They move from country to country, back and forth, you know? But they do use their money as a tool to get the attention of the women, whether they're Filipino or whatever they might be. Regent says the entire group is trash 100%. Yeah, I can't agree with you more. I got to the point, I think I've pretty much said it all on YouTube. I don't know about you guys, but it's really becoming Snoresville. Maybe you need somebody like Barry to, get things going on here or something. At least Barry was consistent. he was consistent. I'll give him that. He sure the hell was. Now, you know where he is. I don't think he's having the greatest time in the world. Yeah. Oh, well, shit happens, as they say, But I'm glad that, people are kind of veering away from the Barry thing now that the court trial is actually over. Thank goodness for that. Yeah, it's one less thing to deal with. But there's always something big coming to me, And I've heard this so many times. Always something big. Well, maybe they're waiting for a resolution. And maybe they feel in their mind that they're going to go with sha-na-na-na-na when the skies are gray. Walked along the church that I passed along the way. And I got down on my knees. And I began to pray. I began to pray. There goes the siren. Regent says the last year of Barry in detention was a snooze fest. I stopped watching over a year ago. I don't blame you. I think it's Barry 2-week anniversary. Has it been 2 weeks? I don't know. Has it? I don't have a calendar where I mark the X's. I don't know. Maybe I should do that. Does this go on Popeye's time clock? That digital time clock of him being incarcerated? Is Popeye continuing that time clock? There goes that alarm. Damn. The dogs hate it. Maybe that's why I have to go to bed after 9 o'clock, because if I fell asleep before 9 o'clock and that siren came on, I might wake up. 2-week anniversary, I'm not sure. It's a curfew alarm. They want kids to be off the streets after 9 o'clock p.m. here. But they also run that siren at noontime, like it's lunchtime. And they run it in the morning at 9 o'clock. It's like, go to work time or something like that. It's really weird. Feel like you're living in a prison camp out here. I suppose they have a different type of siren if there was a tsunami or something. Because people are kind of confused. It's not a good thing. Because if they would use the same alarm, the same siren, if there was a tsunami or something, people would ignore it and people would die. Because they figure, oh, it's just a siren again. It goes on a certain time or whatever. I imagine that they probably would have a different type of alarm if there was a tsunami or something. I would imagine so. Yeah, the Barangay Municipal, I guess, operates it. I don't know if they have a computer and they schedule it to go off, or there's somebody physically there turning the switch on or something, which I wouldn't be surprised with the infrastructure over here. Maybe there's a person that gets up at 9 and 9 in the morning, 12 in the afternoon, and 9 p.m. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me that a bunch of gerbils are actually running the electrical grid out here on the islands. Trained gerbils or something. They sure have enough problems with that. Okay, so yeah, it's live and learn, gentlemen. It's live and learn. People's identity comes out eventually. Well, of course, he's going to deny who he is, Chubba Wubba. What do you expect? If he gets too embarrassed, he'll go under a different name. But understand something. Very rarely do people only have one sock account. No, 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 no. Like there's supposed to be a cotillion of people that don't like me or against me. I don't buy that at all. I know there's a certain group that doesn't like me, but remember, when you go into different sock accounts, it's like this, say safety in numbers or validity in numbers, but there really isn't. The math don't add up. You just got a small group of people that go under these sock account names. That's what they do. Yeah, they operate it. Yeah, yeah, the, uh, the office over here. I don't know if they do it by hand or, somebody hits the switch. Oh yeah, I wouldn't think so, but it wouldn't surprise me either. There's nothing surprises me anymore. Okay, well, I want to wind up my night here, guys, and I thought I'd come on and have a little bit of fun. Now, true or false, I think it is. Chubba Wubba, made of flubber, has been discovered. Now, of course, he's going to challenge that, of course. That's not me, fool. Now, as far as I'm concerned, it is you. And if you turn out to be somebody else, well, oh well. But I will tell you, there's not a show that goes on that may not be talking about me that doesn't have Chubba Wubba, Chubby Cox in the background making comments every single time, which tells me a lot about him, that he truly does have an extraordinary amount of time on his hands. Instead of living his life, finding a woman or whatever, having companionship, they fall in love with me, little old me. I never thought I was that interesting. I think I'm an interesting guy, but, I can't be that alluring to these people. Just don't seem right, I will say that most of these people that are younger than me, I'm the one that looks younger than them for the ones I know what they look like. I mean, look at Don C. I don't know, does he smoke? What does he do? Pipe smoker? What is he, cigar smoker? His teeth are yellow than Fazio's paint cans, Toothpaste don't cost that much. But they all claim to have money, but look at Ricky. If he's making that much money a month, you mean to tell me he can't go to an orthodontist or something and get that space between his teeth fixed? See, not everything appears to be what it is on their shows. Regent says, you live rent-free in his head. It's kind of weird how obsessed he is with you. No, that's why I was kind of figuring it was Warren, because let me tell you something. When Warren focuses, he's obsessed. I mean, Warren was the type that was probably homebound. I mean, a latchkey, whatever, that spent a lot of time in his room. And Warren would be the type that not only would record just about everything, he would keep little footnotes or something. He would keep notes too, on top of that. So go figure. Did these people actually have that much time on their hands? and they make me topic matter. And I'm like, I'm really not sure how to look at this. I'm not sure. Do they have gay tendencies or something? I mean, what is it? Are they ACDC? Come out of the closet, you know? I might respect you more if you came out of the closet than to hide your identity all the time. Stalking people. Pretending to be somebody that you're not. But eventually it all comes out in the wash. If you use the right detergent. Chubba Wubba. Chubby Cox. COX. Yeah. Yes, I remember how active he was, especially on Ricky's show in the comment section. Some things I forget, there's some things I don't forget. And I'm not forgetting any of this shit. Okay, but I think it's time that I bug out tonight, and I hope you'll enjoy some of the sharing of information from the information highway, because that's exactly what it is. Well, didn't think I'd have to be resorting back to the cost of living situations in the Philippines. A thing that I pretty much promised that there would be no need to talk about because it's constantly talked about. Well, Paul had a guest on his show, and this guy is known as a minimalist who basically claims that he makes $600 per month. If I'm correct, and that was a figure that I heard, $600 per month. But the strange thing is, pretty much from what he said, he spends about, say, $10 a day on eating. $10 a day on eating, that would be $300 a month. Let's keep in mind that supposedly he only lives on $600 a month. Right, let's do the math a little bit. Can't believe we're talking about the cost of living, but I had to interject on this because minimalist or not, there's just too many variables. Too many. All right, so let's say he does eat on $10 a day, that's $300 a month. Right off the bat. Okay. Well, what is he renting? I really didn't get the details on that. What is he paying for rent? Let's say, oh, I don't know, he's got a deal on something where let's make it on the low side, that he's paying, which I doubt, $200 for rent per month. He's got to assume that he's got a really cheap place. Well, combined, that is already $500 a month, which will leave, well, $100. What about his electric? What about his internet? What about it? How about other expenses? There's not a day that goes by in my life that we're not out there spending on something now. We're going to look at, let's say, approximately 1,500 a month. Quite a bit more than 600. But can you carry out everything for 1,500 a month? Well, we could, and we basically do. And I mean everything. Well, of course, we're not paying rent because we have a house. But that does help. But if we didn't, it might be a little difficult, considering that we have 2 children that live here permanently, full time. And we have guests that come over here, the other children and so forth, members of the family. Got to feed them too. Food expenses. Well, if you're a single man, and this guy looked like a hefty guy, doesn't look like he's starving anytime soon. Must have a hefty diet, but he claims $10 a day. He was just giving some examples. And he was basically just talking about BGC, whatever, and then adjoining area of the green belt, around that area, over in Makati. And I don't see how it's even possible even to be a minimalist out here. I mean, okay, getting back to grassroots with all this, say you're retired. This guy doesn't look old enough to be retired, so I'm not sure what his situation is. Maybe he was in the military, I'm not sure. But let's say you're retired. You make only so much a month on your Social Security. Perhaps you had a pension from another job. That certainly helps, and you would probably need that. Because I can't see how anyone, well, we know somebody that was surviving on $600 a month, but then again, he was getting supplemented by his begging activities and so forth, and sucking off the tits of his girlfriends. That would certainly help you along the way. Just say that you're broke and that the Social Security stopped and play the sympathy card. Well, you can do that too. Doesn't work for everyone. But getting back to brass facts and brass tacks, there's not a day that goes by that we're not spending on something. There's always something we need. A cold remedy or something, over-the-counter products, all the time, really. You can't go in a store or passing a store without buying, oh, I think I need some of that. Maybe you don't really need it, but maybe you just want it. There's a big difference between need and want. But I've never sat down, really, ever, and actually added up our expenses every month. I just don't keep receipts. If I need to buy it, I just buy it. I don't keep receipts. But one day, maybe we'll do that. But it's really hard to do that because each day is a different day than the other, what your needs might be. Toiletries, toilet paper. I go through that like there's no tomorrow. Soap, shampoo, even conditioners. You don't need that, but if you're on a minimalist budget, I suppose you could knock off the list any conditioner. Not necessary at all. There are other things. You may want to treat yourself to a treat or something occasionally, ice cream or something, or cookies or whatever it might be. That adds up. It's not what people say, and I've been kind of harping on this for a long time and saying the information that's given on what it takes to survive here in the Philippines is so far from the truth. To live and thrive here in the Philippines, you got to be making so much money. I will never come up with a figure. I can tell you that I can get by without touching my bank account with the approximate 1,500 per month that I actually get, and I've always been successful in doing so. But there are certain months where other expenses come in. I mean, there's always some extracurricular stuff that come in, like, court cost, lawyer cost, something, there's always something that comes in there. Transportation, you want to travel back and forth to Cebu. You want to shop at SNR. You want to do all this stuff. While you're there, you may want to see, I don't know, a skin doctor perhaps to check some. You may want to decide to go to a lab and kind of test do a blood workup or something. But that is not something that would be actually accessible for somebody who's making $600 a month. You cannot afford these little extracurricular things. It's just impossible. So I don't think they're always telling the truth. Anthony says $600 a month to the Philippines wouldn't be living to me. No, it's not. I love to see his receipts for his expenses. So would I. So would I. I don't even keep my own receipts, to be honest. I've never kept my own. I don't know exactly what I spend on food per month. There is always something we need, if not daily, to go buy some kind of a fresh vegetable of some sort, whether it's cabbage or carrots or peppers or whatever it might be, cucumbers or some lettuce to make a salad, or, I mean, I eat those kidney beans a lot. And a can of that sucker is like, I don't know, 180 or 120 pesos just for a can of beans. Well, if you like beans in particular type, you buy them. Okay. It's also extremely healthy. As far as meats, we have not a big supply of meats in our chest freezer. We don't really. When we generally go to Cebu or somewhere, we will try to bring back some stuff that would last us a little bit, a little extra ground beef, cut, just break the package up into different Ziploc bags for the meals. We might buy a number of chicken quarters or some whole chicken to make meals. If you buy the quarters or legs or whatever, you buy enough that can make several meals. And that's basically what you do. But, not to mention the occasional surprise expenses that you have to pay. That's my point. There's always an occasional surprise. You got to upkeep your health. You may need to see a doctor now and then. Even recently, Gilda had something going on, and she had to have some antibiotics for that. Okay. I had something that went on. What was that? I don't know when. Where I needed a short term of antibiotics. And medicine is not cheap out here. Now, I had promised I wouldn't do anything on the call because it's been spoken about so many times that it really gets tiring. But when I listen to this guy that was on Paul's show, and I think that's Paul's last show, he got this guy with a dark beard on, and he tends to be, or maybe Paul kind of refers to him as somewhat of a minimalist. Okay, well, can you really be a minimalist out here in the Philippines with the inflation and everything going on out here? It's very hard. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I will find it sometimes hard to live on, say, 1,500 a month because something always comes up that you don't expect. I mean, I gave you an example once when I had all that kidney stone issues going on, and that was like 2 short stays in the hospital for 2 different, then afterwards, the medicines it cost, which was expensive. There was different medicines I'd have to take. There was money they charged me to come in to get the stent out. I mean, I think I came up with a figure, and I don't know what it was. It was over 400,000 pesos for that. So, unless this guy who's a minimalist, if you say that 5 times, uh, has some cash in the bank, okay, okay, I could understand that. Okay, that he has some money to fall back on. Oh, but wait a minute, I left out something else. The man living on 600 a month. Does he like women? Well, how about dating? How about taking a gal out for dinner? How about taking care of your woman's needs? Does this guy, being a minimalist living on 600 a month, does he have the money to be able to take care of his girlfriend's needs? Does she have needs for feminine pads? You're paying it. Midol for her period or something? Shampoo? Other needs? Does she have a child? Nah, you ain't going to live out here on those 600 a month and expect to have what you might call an ideal retirement. That is just not possible at all. It's not possible. Did you use that fake cheese? Oh, good. What is that? You must have used.
No.
Oh, that. We're gonna throw that shit out, man. Yeah,
Fucking cheese.
that's terrible stuff, man. I don't know. Can you afford to go in a store and buy a big packet of shredded cheese and pretty much to find out it's basically probably made of plastic? Can you afford that loss? All these little things that add up. Now, me and my special woman here, there isn't a day really that we're not out either buying bread or eggs or some vegetables to complete a meal. I argued a point that you're going to live out here on $600 a month. Maybe 10, 15 years ago, maybe you'd be living idealistically, I don't know, for $600 a month. I don't even think so then. But there's so many factors you got to put in, and I'm sorry, I'm sounding like one of these guys doing the shows again, the continued, bebop of, what does it take to live in the Philippines? Well, I had to cut in on that this time because I just totally disagree with the guest that Paul had on there. You may want to listen to a show, if I have to give him a plug, whatever, that's fine, and make your own evaluation of how this guy's living. But I would not suggest even uprooting yourself and moving to the Philippines on that kind of a budget. Unless they're not telling you something else. That, I only make $600 a month, but you got to see what I have in my bank, buddy. Like a shopping cart lady that might be on the street there, living on nothing really, but she's got $5 million in the bank. People like that are just very kuriput. So there are so many factors that come up on that. I can't even name all the little things that come up. We got water delivery here. It's like, what, 50 pesos per bottle? No, what is that? 20 pesos per bottle, and there's like 6 bottles, whatever, 5 bottles. You got to add that up because they all add up. Every little thing you do. You may have some maintenance thing going on here. That's not for free. It's nothing for free unless you're mechanical or you've got carpentry skills. You can do these.
How much he have earned money for a month?
Well, there's this guy, to kind of update you, there's a guy who's on Paul in the Philippines show, and he's like a real minimalist. A minimalist is somebody, who lives on very little, on as little as he can. And he supposedly makes, from what I gather, and I didn't listen to the whole show, $600 American a month. And he says he spends maybe $10 a day on food. That's $300 alone right there a month, which leaves $300. Well, he's got to pay rent somewhere. What is he renting it for? How much? It must be awfully low. Then there might be electricity involved and stuff like that. He has no money. What if he's dating a woman? How about if he has a headache and he needs some ibuprofen, or he needs a toilet? Maybe he's a foreigner that likes to wipe his ass with toilet paper like I do, but and doesn't do the Filipino way. How do you do this?
How much equivalent for the peso?
What's that?
Equivalent for the peso is 30,000. The 500 $500 a month or 600.
Okay, yeah, well, up the visa, right. The visa's like what, $50 a month or something like that? Factor that in.
You just put 2,000 every month for the visa.
Right, she made a good point. And how about the exit fees? You got to make a trip.
Then
That's going to cost you,
the
yeah,
transportation, house, food.
yeah, and then you got to stay somewhere for 24 hours. So, how is that 600 stretching that much? AJ, she says, what are the monthly visa expense? Right, what we just said. AJ, she says, I caught the very beginning of Paul's show with that guy, and my bullshit detector went off. I stopped watching.
If you are a Filipino, you can leave that amount. But if you are not a Filipino, you cannot.
Yeah, can you hear what she said? If you're a Filipino, you could probably live on that amount, but if you're not, that's just pretty much impossible, really. You know, find a way to do it. They're very creative. They're not going to have elaborate meals like us foreigners do. We're so goddamn spoiled. They're not going to S&R to go buy a bunch of food. They're
Yeah,
eating
even
local Filipino food. It's rice and fish and whatever's
yeah,
cheap.
even fish. How much per kilo? 280 to
Fish,
300.
280 per
Yeah,
kilo,
so
300 per
expensive.
kilo. Even that's expensive for the local Filipinos out here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the bullshit detector.
Then how much kilo for the rice?
And
The
yeah,
rice
and much
is
for the rice. I mean, rice has gone up considerably.
yeah. How many times you eat for one day?
Well, man can't live on rice alone. Some people practically do. And if you have to, I guess that's what you'll live on. Well, if you're in prison, I think that's what you're going to be eating.
No, in prison you get free meal.
Not really. They were talking about a budget or 70 cents a day or 175 pesos a day. I don't know. The prisoners actually have to pay for their meals in
And it's
prison.
depend for the prison because the prison free meal is that one left over from the restaurants, from donation, but not for the Americans,
Yeah.
not for
Well, as
the
AJG says,
foreign.
maybe he's owned that Bickerton diet, and that's all the rave. I don't know, man. I suppose if you have to live on that, you have to live on that. What are you going to do? Speaking of prison, breaking news. New York, one of the prison systems, apparently 10 guards were indicted for killing a prisoner, beating him to death, bludgeoning him to death, basically. He had brain injury and repeated beating. I'm not sure what the prisoner did to piss them off. They even tried to put a phony weapon or a shank and try to get away with it, but they all conveniently took off their body cams. But one did maybe accidentally have some things recorded that really got them all in trouble. So what goes on in the prison system that they try to get away with is like a big boys club, like here on YouTube, you got the big boys club that stick up for each other. And, we got different denominations of it. We got, of course, the high roaders and the low roaders, the holy rollers. We've got all that prison system outside of Philippines. There's so much corruption that goes on in the penal system of the world, really. Guards decide they don't like you for something, man, they'll beat the shit out of you and they'll try to pin it on somebody else or something and plant evidence in there or find an excuse to beat the shit out of you. This is what happened to this poor schmuck. He was only in there for robbery or some shit, but he got the shit beat out of himself, and they brought him downstairs to somewhere else, to the infirmary, beat the shit out of him in there, bloody mess everywhere. That's the breaking news on a world level on that. Okay, let's see. The prison provides food ration that cost the prison, 70 pesos a day. That's roughly 38 a month. Are you saying the prison puts out 70 pesos a day for each person, or is the expectation of the prisoner to pay that? Because I'm trying to figure out what you're saying there. All right, they provide the food ration that costs them. The prison pays. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. But kind of getting out of the talk about prisons, I think if it's your intent and you're that drawn to the Philippines and you're not making a lot of money, you're just going to have to factor in all the things that I just talked about. And there's more. There's more things you have to consider that are not even on the list of the things that I talked about. And they're not factoring in all this shit. I'm sorry, but, a minimalist might be able to survive in America. Well, for example, they have food banks in America everywhere, for the churches and otherwise. You got welfare to give you food stamps, and there's Medicaid or whatever if you don't have large income. That would help take care of your medical. But you don't have that here. So some people, I think, are better off just staying in the country they came from. How many people found out differently when they came here? Prison pays. It says you want more. It comes out of your pocket. That's what I was asking you. Plus, in the U.S., you have the social safety net. Yeah. You don't have that here. Look, you are on your own when you live here in the Philippines. Our so-called friends out here. Everybody is thinking about their own asses. How many foreigners have we heard were living in such poverty? These are Americans, British, who came here, and we've heard and seen a lot of shows how they looked like they were starving to death and they had terrible illnesses. And for one reason or another, they lost their pension or something got mixed up and they had to do this. They would have to go back to their country to remedy this. They couldn't afford to do it. And a big hadood, then, Paul or people or whatever would try to raise money and whatnot and all that and try to save the day. And the guy winds up dying afterwards, a short time later. Philippines is not for the lighthearted. Want to know how rich America is? Even the poor people are fat and have a cell phone. Yes! Right. Even the poor is still eating good and they can afford a cell phone. Poor people have refrigerators and microwaves and TVs. Right. In America. You're absolutely correct. Boy, comparing apples to oranges, in a developed country compared to an undeveloped country, or a developing country, you don't realize how good you got in America, despite everything going on there, really. Yes, you can survive in America even under the worst situations, okay? Maybe the economy's a little rough there, and maybe if you're gonna beg on the street, you might get less donations from people because they just really can't spare, I mean, growing up, you see people and they say, hey, bud, can you spare a dime? Modern days, hey, bud, can you spare $10? Inflation. Sounds funny, but that's real. When it comes to a point that even McDonald's hamburgers in America or so is going over $10 or something like that. All these fast food places, back in the days anyway, they were, supposed to be affordable food. Not healthy, but, if they call it fast food, it was never really fast, but they called it fast food, and they were generally... I remember when I was in Seattle, if I wanted to cheap out a little bit, I might have a brief delay in my signal for a second here. You know, let's go to Taco Bell, man. And you get like 3 tacos for $1 or something like that, 3 tacos for $1. Yeah. And what a lot of the bums did, they'd go to restaurants, can I have some hot water? And then they would take some of the free ketchup and put it in there. They'd make tomato soup. Yes, it came down to that with some people. Because basically, you're going to have to do what you need to do to survive. That's just the bottom line, man. And you will. There's people who go through God. I'll tell you one thing they used to do in Seattle, which was very creative. Okay, there would be these pizza shops there, you know, name brand. Now there's an alleyway right there, and that's where they had the big green, garbage containers with the lid on there that they would throw things away, refuse. Well, what they would do, very crafty, is they would order some pizzas, right? But then, the people either they didn't pick it up or whatever, and the pizza was just kind of laying there. You have to sell fresh pizza to people. So basically, they'd wind up throwing that pizza away in a dumpster. And this was, and the people living on the streets, they had some free, fresh pizza, really. This was going on in Seattle. I'm sure other places too, but what is that? I use the gate, open the gates and watch the people run. But this is all, you know, rinse and repeat. Because look, let's face it, there's only so many topic matters. Unless you want to be a very topical show, a world, there's lots of news out there. There's lots of stuff you could talk about. Tons of stuff. There's more material to talk about on your show to make it interesting than what you're seeing out there. Because the fact is, there's only so much to say about the Philippines. Let's be really honest about it, okay? There's only so much you could talk about. And it's been replayed, overplayed. But I like to give a different touch to this if I talk about it like I'm doing today. And I talk about the variables that these people don't talk about, what I call the variables. Not in the least. Because the fact is, there's too many variables. Something always comes up that you're going to need, that you didn't expect that you need. On a regular basis. Ay, ay, ay. But, to keep your show going, I guess you got to talk about something. And like I even made a comment to, what was that, Jim? No, Mike in the Philippines. What's his name? Yeah. Boy, that guy could run his mouth. He's always got something to say about something, but unfortunately, like I've always said, they talk about the same shit over and over. They just add a little cream on top. That's all they do. Because, when you get involved with this monetization, and I've always said this, you got to continue. You get caught in this whirlwind where unless you go on as often as you can, to get the AdSense and all the goodliness that comes with it, and not a whole lot, really, and everybody's worrying about algorithms, all this fancy schmancy shit. I knew nothing about algorithms, and I still don't totally understand algorithms. I have an idea, but that never even came to my thought. Fuck the algorithms, The only rhythm I'm worried about is the rhythm of my heart and make sure it keeps on ticking. But it becomes a major responsibility that to make that money, that you're going to have to do shows all the time. You're obligated. Even going back to Ren Zero, I remember him saying, even Ren Zero, when he was really popular, you know, he did a bit of editing, not a whole lot, but he did editing. So every time he did a show, you know, he'd have to spend time. I ran into him, at Coffee Bean and Tea in Mango, him and his girlfriend, and he was editing. That's what he was doing with his spare time. He was editing a show. Then you compare, well, how much am I bringing in monthly? And is it really worth? And some people go through all kinds of editing. Look at Philippines Antics, for example. They're not making a ton of money a month. Maybe they're making $400 a month. And I don't know, her boyfriend, their husband, whatever, he does some other stuff to make money, but they're always at it. They spend a lot of time, you know how to put music together. There's like a way, I don't know how you order that, but it's been done on some of our local troll channels where they could incorporate your name into a Western song or something. They spend the time to do this. But then again, Heidi, that would be her, Heidi, she don't leave the house very often. She's got a lot of medical conditions, and this is her life. And she pretty much states it that, okay, that's cool, that she states that this is her life, and she's not pretending that it's not. But they spend a lot of time on coming up with these little quirky little intros, and that takes a lot of time to do that. And it also takes, so it's hard putting on a daily show if you're monetized. Because if you are really dependent on that cash flow, and a lot of these people actually are dependent on it. Don't kid yourself. They have to work. It's still a job. They're still working, because that is almost a full-time job to some of these people. Let's get the new gossip that's coming in. How can we put a twist on this? Put a twist on this to make it interesting. When maybe it's not really that interesting at all, but they have a way of building something up about somebody or a topic, and that's what they do. They are in fact earning their money. It's not coming free when you think about it, because they spend a whole lot of time, making notes and what we're going about this and putting heads together. And let's put a little extra sugar on this one, literally and figuratively, and how we're going to pull this off on today's show. Me, I don't worry about any of that shit. I got something to say. I come on here and I talk about it. I don't make a single peso from doing my show, because I am one of the few rare ones that is actually, and there's not many out there. Except if you're starting off, maybe you're not monetized, but I've got the number of subscribers, I've got the watch hours, so why am I not monetizing my channel? Because I don't need to. And it's also a headache. You're always worried about, gee, how many views? You're always telling people, don't forget to give me the thumbs up. Don't forget to give me the thumbs up. You're begging constantly. Nah, that's not for me. I could put in for monetization. I'd probably get it. I don't see the point. Because quite frankly, when I was monetized, I didn't make much donations anyway. There was just too much adversity out there to make any money. Well, what it really came down to is people were afraid to give me any money, because they didn't want to be attacked by the trolls. Some of them that were not liking me, for example, they were afraid to show that they were going to give me a super chat. That's exactly what was going on. So, is it really worth it? I say no. Unless you have the kind of a channel that could bring in buku bucks. Like Tim K. Shit, he bought his FJ Cruiser with that. With his viewers' money. He probably even built his girlfriend's little family home they built to him. What? With viewers' money. It's a good gig, if you could pull it off. Then there's all these fundraisers that people question all the time as to how much percentage of the money you raised is going in the intended pocket of those in need, and how much is going into your pocket. Well, there's a lot more of that going on that meets the eye on YouTube here. Having fundraisers for a particular cause, but where is all that money going to? They will use disasters, natural disasters, as a way of creating funds. Or there is this one guy on there who is a Russian guy, nice guy, seems like a nice guy. Boris is his name, of course, Boris. And he has a very nice Filipina, And she was getting all these symptoms, look more like anxiety attacks, really. And they'd come on being very serious. Oh, I'm worried about her, and they act upon the sympathy of their viewers because they know sympathy could bring you money. Look at, for example, a prime example is Rickshaw. Now, Rickshaw really does have some serious medical conditions, okay? But he will use that to his advantage because he was always talking about, well, I'm not feeling good today and I had stem cell therapy. And if you're human, you're gonna find sympathy for the guy, right? If you're human, and you're gonna donate money to him. There's some people that have medical conditions that they maybe never really talk about, but it pays to talk about it because, you got sympathizers out there that will give you money. Shit, he bought a freaking car, not a brand new car, big old boat of a car that basically came out of viewers' money. All the toys he bought, there were rifles, there was all kinds of toys that he bought, that he didn't need. And motorcycle. And all the crazy things he bought for his children that were basically coming from his viewers. Now, like I said, it's a good gig if you could pull that off. And yes, there's a sympathy factor. And there's nothing wrong if you like a guy, his show, and you've been following him and you know that the guy's having a hard time. I have never really seen Rickshaw have that hard of a time before. Until he got ill. And he was living in the Philippines. He wasn't getting many donations. But he moved his ass to Ohio, then gets his wife that he was running away from, to be honest with you, to come out to Ohio with the kids. And he was looking pretty much to get away from her. But then when he developed his illnesses, well, he needed a caretaker. See how this shit works? All of a sudden, she's the best. Oh, she's the best. She takes so good care of me. Well, was she taking good care of you back in the Philippines? Was it an opportunity to come to America, and have the life of America with your children? There's always some underhanded thing that's going on with this shit. You just got to read between the lines, and not many people are capable of doing that. Yeah. But hey, like I say, it's your money. You do what you want with it, Not coming out of my pocket. I'm not going to sympathize with anybody if I feel that they're rooking you, if they're bullshitting you. I'd rather do it on a local level than on YouTube, and I've done that plenty of times. Help out local people who had real needs, not coming from YouTube and, I got a headache today. I don't know, I'm going to have an MRI. I think I have a brain tumor. Turned out they just had a headache, or she was on her period and needed some Midol. But they would play it up like crazy. Now, there's this one guy, Boris, and his wife, forgot her name. Seemed like a nice couple. I forgot the name of the damn show, but I barely watch it. But she was going through episodes of having to get CT scans, all this stuff, stays in the hospital, blood test over and over again. And I don't even think they came up with a conclusion as to what the hell was going on with her. Some people thought, Boris seems like a nice guy, but we don't know what Boris is like behind the camera. He could be a real tyrant with her. Maybe he beats the shit out of her. I don't know. Russians are pretty strong-hearted people. They're very demanding and controlling. Maybe he treats her like total shit, but you wouldn't know that because you don't live with Boris. Maybe this woman is having panic attacks. I know what that's like. I've had a few. And yeah, she'd be going on crying spells. She would do that. She would feel like she's having a heart attack. Yeah, you will. You will. You will. I know that to be true. So build it up on your show. You could potentially make a lot of money on your show, especially if you're really starting to get a lot of something wrong with donating to a good cause. Absolutely. If you could help somebody out that really needs it, by all means do so, if you know it's legitimate. But spend a little bit of time investigating first before you open your wallet to make sure it's a legitimate claim that these people are really having these problems. Then open your wallet. Give as much as you, if you think the cause is worthwhile, like getting somebody out of prison. If you think the cause is worthwhile, then do it, man. Don't talk about it. Just do it. Okay, let's see, HAG. The song you were just singing, America, from the West Side Story, absolutely. The 61 version with Rita Moreno. Wowza. Well, I can't remember all the details of it. That's going back a long time. Of course, I've seen. But I want to be in America. I want to be in America. I want to be in America, land of opportunity. Is it really a land of opportunity anymore? That's the question. Is it really a land of opportunity? No, it's not. No, it's not. You got a chump for president now. He's destroying the entire economy. There's going to be a major, major collapse in the economy. It's coming up. There's going to be a recession like never seen before. Call me the prophet. Call me whatever word you want. And you have. Why not? But this prophet sees that coming. Where was once the opportunity to move to America, to have the dream of the white picket fence, the 2 cars in a garage, 2 chickens in a pot, that American dream has been long gone. Long gone. You may lose your job out of corporate takeovers. They're going to fire everybody. If you have a government job, look at the government workers who are being fired left and right. They didn't do anything wrong. The president wanted to make a point. You're useless. That's the excuse he came up with. You didn't perform properly, which excuse to get him out of, get him out of their federal job. No postal worker is safe. No federal worker is safe. Nobody is safe in America anymore. As businesses have to cut costs because inflation is so goddamn high. So the dream of living in America, it was a dream at one time. When everybody came, they immigrated to the United States, and they seen the Statue of Liberty coming in front of them. We're in America, we made it. Immigrants came from Europe and all over. My grandfather did, my grandmother, my dad's side. They all came in on the banana boat, whatever you want to call it. They all came in, the immigrants, became a bricklayer and all that other stuff they do, and they built America. That's what they did. The immigrants built America. Now they want to throw them out. Well, since when has America not taken anybody in? What you don't know is that in the periods of a political campaign, what you don't know is a lot of the candidates have actually paid Mexicans and other people to come into this country through the borders, which set them up with welfare and everything if they had to make a promise that they would vote for that president. I bet you didn't know that. Well, now you know it. There's a lot of things you don't know, A lot of things you don't know. They've been letting people in for decades and decades and decades and decades. Making promises, if you vote for me, it's all good. We're going to set you up with housing. We're going to set you up with this and that. Nothing's changed with that. But now he's worried about the borders, protecting the borders from fentanyl. Look, if there's a will, there's a way. Fentanyl and other drugs are going to get into the United States. Whether they have to do it in a goddamn submarine, it's going to make it into the United States. Bottom line. And to put all these levies or stuff against our neighboring countries, Canada, Mexico, and all other countries, is ridiculous. To put these tariffs as high as they are. Yeah, now you made another problem. Now you're getting these people who are our friends to think a little bit differently about Americans, but more so on the government. So they're going to put levies on America. It goes back and forth. Who really wins? Nobody. Yeah. The future is bright. Let's see. But as I said, I'm not really big into politics. It's kind of boring to me. I barely listen to that stuff. Only the prime stuff that I might need to know out of curiosity, perhaps. But America's not the place it used to be, man. Me growing up, it was never anything like when I was growing up in America. I was very proud to be an American. And it's not that I don't hate America. I actually love America, but I just don't see America as it used to be growing up. And it's a totally different place. Being taken away left and right. For example, should a tenant have more, legal process, a due process over his landlord? Why isn't there an equal balance on that? Boy, I've been through that, haven't I? 2 times, actually, really. You don't have many rights that you think you have. You may complain that you're living in the Philippines, you don't have a right, because basically, no matter, I don't care if you got an SRV, 13A, you're still a goddamn tourist in this country. You're still a visitor. I don't care what you have. But as some people found out, they don't exactly have the rights that they thought they did regarding freedom of speech. Somebody found out the hard way that you don't exactly have the freedom of speech that you're preaching, bro. Son, look where you're at. How did that work out for you so far? So, not many privileges in foreign countries, and there's not many privileges even in the country you came from. It's funny how that works out. I don't want to be a pessimist and a naysayer. I've always been more of a realist. I'm laying on a bed at the moment. I'm finished with my tea and my eggs. I'm laying on the bed because I know that's a bed. I'm laying on it. It's real. I'm watching the fan above moving. It's a real fan. I'm a realist. I'm not going to pretend something is something it's not. It either is or it isn't. Okay, people believe in God. Unless God came before me and I seen what he looked like and I knew he was real, I could see how he parted his hair. It might not even be a man, could be a woman. Could be an alien for all I know. But present yourself in front of me. Tell me you're God. Show me your magical powers. I will believe you. I will kneel to you. I will pray with you. Well, people say, come on, that's not right, because you ever feel wind? But you don't see the wind, do you? Well, the wind is real, sir. Do you believe in wind? Yeah, I do. You could feel it, right? I said, yeah, I could feel it. But you don't see it, do you, Frank? No, I don't. I've heard that logic before, okay? In other words, just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. Okay, according to how you want to look at that and analyze that statement, but whatever, I believe in what's real. I see things in black and white, not necessarily shades of gray. It either is or it is not. If it's proven to be not, then it's not. If it's proven to be valid, then it's valid. That could pertain to evidence on something in court. Is it valid or not? Yes or no? It either is, or it's contrived, or it's just full bullshit. It's one thing or another. Okay, so let's see. Hector, hello. In your opinion, are there more left leaning on the right, learning expats there? I'm not sure. In your opinion, are there more left leaning or right leaning expats there? I'm not totally sure what you're getting at on there. Explain that a little differently. It could mean a number of things. But, it wouldn't be my choice. It really wouldn't be my choice to go back to America. It's really not by my choice. But, There are benefits of actually being in America. If your income's low enough, you get food stamps and everything else. What do you think our jailbird friend? He's very proud of the fact. He said, when I get back to America, and like he was shoving it in on everybody's faces and taxpayers' face. Oh yeah, I'm going to get on. I'm going to have food stamps. I'm going to get Section 8 housing for himself. He's going to have free medical. He was proud. He was proud to say that because he's the kind of person that feels that the world owes him something, and that's his problem. And that's a problem with a lot of people. The world does not owe anybody anything. They don't owe me anything. The world does not owe you anything. You owe things to yourself, and how what you do with your life and how you survive is all up to your knowledge and your expertise and your craftiness on how you can get by in life and survive from month to month, day to day. It takes a little work sometimes. Some people don't want to work at all. And they want to find a rich girlfriend or something that could take care of him. Well, they say, oh, well, the women have been doing with that men all the time. They find a guy to take care of them. Why can't a man do it? Well, that's true. In our society, we don't really look at that very fondly, that a man is gold digging, when generally I know in Western culture, gold digging has been just very popular with the women, trying to go after the wealthy men, which is still true. And it's actually true out here in the Philippines too. Nothing too different, really. But it's embarrassing to be a Westerner, to come into this country, a developing country, and to have to depend on a woman to get you by. You're sucking on both their tits, and the colostrum is gone after a while. She's not producing. If she's not producing enough, he moves to the next one, suck on each tit of hers, and hope she's got some colostrum in there or something he could draw out. Take what he can until she's bone dry and her tits are sagging, and move on to the next one. Well, quite a analogy on that, but I think you get my point. Time to get some real glasses, Frank. Yeah, I wasn't wearing them. In your opinion, are there more left leaning or right leaning expats there? In what, Philippines? Just spell it out. Okay. Leaning where? Which direction? Politically, socially, financially? I mean, you have to be a little more specific, okay? I'm not that stupid. Okay. I just read what you write, and I got to analyze what you say, but be more specific and get to the point. You know, you could be talking politically. I don't know. We had a glitch for a second there. We had a glitch. So when I hear these shows and the same old, same old, same old, same old, fine, it varies with your lifestyle. Save yourself the trouble of listening to any more shows that are going to be talking about this. And straight there, by all means, do so. But yeah, it's a ridiculous topic that I decided to put on today, just kind of as proof that it is, because there's so many variables going on as how much it really costs and how much you should be making per month, because Filipinos live on a lot less than that because they have to. They were born into, not all Filipinos, I don't want to stereotype them. People forget there are very wealthy Filipinos out here. There's a lot of middle class and upper middle and wealthy. We all assume that everyone we see is, unless they're obviously walking around with filthy black feet and their clothes are tattered. Yeah, you could probably say they're pretty much in dire need of financial assistance and clothing and food and whatnot. Okay, yeah, that's pretty obvious. But there are Filipinos that walk around and look like anybody else, that own tons of hectares of land and property, that you wouldn't believe that person, what are they supposed to do? Dress in a suit to show you that they got money? They don't dress like that out here. They dress very casual. But however, there are, I forgot the percentage of the population that's considered impoverished. You know, I forgot the percentage. There's like, It may not sound like a lot, maybe 16%, but that's a lot when you consider how many millions of people live out. 175 million people live in the Philippines, okay? So even if it's 16%, that's a large figure, okay? That's still a large figure. They make it because they have no choice to make it. And whether they have to beg on the streets, that's what they're going to do. Well, they got to sell towels. Well, they got to make these little 4-inch carpets they got to sew together, whatever to make extra money or whatever they have to do. They're hurting, but they are surviving because they have to. They become very creative, and you will become creative too. If you found yourself in that situation, you become very creative. I don't look down at these guys in the street. I'm in a grab cab, which, right away, there you go. Look at my privilege. I'm in a grab cab. Did you hear what I said? I'm in a grab cab. How many poor people could afford to get a grab cab to go all over town? Okay? That's called being privileged to a point. Many Filipinos, they can't do that. Okay, so you got these guys in the street all the time. They're selling bottles of water. Nothing wrong with that. The point is, they're doing something. They're not going to make shit to make a few pesos a day, right? Enough to maybe buy a little rice for their family. They're not doing anything wrong at all. They're not sitting on a corner begging for your money. They're out in the sweltering heat of the Philippines, in the traffic with all the pollution going up from taxi cab to taxi cab, from car to car, trying to sell their wares. It could be back scratchers. You've seen that before. Okay? And a lot of times it's water. They are doing something very honest and honorable. Sure, they're not going to make dog shit for money, but at least they're trying to do something for themselves to put a meal in their stomach or their family's stomach. And you got to give them credit for that, man. And I do give them credit. And those are the kind of people that I would actually rather help, that are trying to do something for themselves and they're just not really making it. Rather than somebody begging on the street. Because there's always something you could possibly do. They build up enough money to go buy a couple of packs of cigarettes and they sell them each stick for 20 pesos or something. Well, that's what they do anyway. They'll try to find the cheapest cigarettes and anything they could find. Make a little stand with a blanket there. Whatever they got to sell, they go and they buy it retail. They get enough money to buy it. They put their little surcharge on there and they're going to make a few pesos. The kid's going to eat tonight, have a rice or fish, whatever they're going to eat. You have to give these people the credit that they deserve. And I don't think they get the credit they deserve. But what's embarrassing is when you're a foreigner, an expat that comes into this country and you're begging. And there's been cases we know, and we found beggars on the street that were expats saying, how the hell did that happen? How could that possibly happen? Because they underestimated what it's like to live out here. Or maybe they invested all their money 3 weeks after they met somebody and put all their money into a Filipina that they trusted, and she took everything away. Everything. Kitchen sink and all, took everything. His dignity was taken away. He was stupid enough to do that. His fault. But nevertheless, you know, it would happen, and it does happen all the time. They find themselves in a very unusual position. I personally met a guy in the street several years back, a guy from America, and I gladly helped him out. He told his story, and we had a business with his Filipina. One thing led to another, with a long story. Took everything away from him. Found himself on the streets, kicked his ass out. What was a guy to do? I'm sure he must have been making some kind of a pension of some sort, or maybe not. I don't know. I don't know the whole story. There's always a story behind that, true or not. But you'll know who to help out. You'll know. When you find somebody, you'll know whether they're telling the truth or not, or you're just pulling your leg, you know. And then, of course, the sympathy factor on YouTube and how many people are trying to put out the sympathy card to get you to pay for their lifestyle out here. And that's what they're doing. A lot of them are making decent enough money that they don't need to come on YouTube to make extra money. But they'd rather not go into their savings or anything else. So, hey, let my viewers give me money. Why should I spend from my savings or from my retirement check? Let those fools pay for me. So me and the missus could go out and have some good dinners now and then and don't have to go into their vault with all their money in it and go into there because maybe they want to save for a special car or something or a vacation. Why spend your own money? Actually, what business really is, and is don't spend your own money to start a business. Spend somebody else's money to put a business together. That's how it works. Don't take money out of your own pocket. So you get a loan from somebody, right? And you start your business. That puts you in a position to, your business is good. You pay them back little by little. It didn't cost you any output. Nada. Except might charge you for the paperwork you had the agreement on. So to make money, don't spend it out of your own pocket. A lot of people live by that. There you go. Oh, so many learning shows I do on here. Oh, where's my back patter? I left it somewhere. Because, look, I don't like boring myself. I wouldn't do any goddamn shows at all, to be honest with you. But I will put a word in when I have to. When I hear bullshit, I will call it out if I feel like, or maybe I'll ignore it. Because there's so much bullshit that goes on YouTube that you can't call out everyone. And do you have a right to call people out? Why should you call somebody out? That's another question you might ask yourself. Let them bullshit all they want. It's their life and how they want to make their money. They make their money. If you're religious, tell them, God bless you. God bless you and your children and your life and hope you prosper. You know, but unfortunately, there are people that are less than honest. They will use a disaster to solicit for funds, and you don't know where the money is going. They don't show the receipts. There's some people who do, but you never know how much is coming into their account. They're not going to tell you because they're getting it in different ways, silently on PayPal and other financial endeavors, or resources. They're not telling you. You could obviously see super chat that comes in that's very apparent. Okay, he made $50 today. Okay, we know he made that. Okay, how about on the side? PayPal, all the other shit. How much is he making on that? The guy had a cause, right? Sympathy card. Or an accident, something happened. And, of course, there are very naive and very gullible people out there that'll believe these sob stories that are not real. Some of them are real, though. Those are the ones you help out. But research first. But they don't stop. It never stops there. Even though they get enough money to handle that problem that they supposedly have, they just continue asking for more. Hey, man, we're on a roll. Let's not stop here. The missus had a relapse on something. Oh, no. Oh, no. I've seen that so much on YouTube. Remember the foreigner in the Philippines, he's like 80 something now. You remember what's happening with him? He had all these religious Bible thumpers on there, and they're very generous because he claimed to be very religious, put God into the picture and all that stuff, and they love you to death. Man, he was not just financing, building houses for locals, which is a nice thing to do. He got a brand new car out of it and all kinds of frivolities. That's when the BIR got involved, and he almost was deported. He didn't have a license to do what he was doing, and that's when he stopped. Well, what he's doing now, I guess he's still on. He's still alive. He's got to be 85 now. God bless him, but everybody has, they want, sometimes they want to set up their wives for the future. They may actually love their wives, and they want to set them up as best as they could because they know they're getting older. They're getting older, and they want to set them up. And there's nothing wrong with that. I try to set up my girlfriend, and I already did, with the house and whatnot. And I did that purposely. She didn't ask me for a fucking house. She was happy renting. She had no problem with us renting. But a good 6 years into the relationship, what do you say? that you decide to buy a house rather than 6 weeks or 6 months into the relationship. I mean, come on, get effing real, right? Okay, so made my point. Do I always make my point? I think I make it very well. Do not trust anyone on YouTube. They may seem like really righteous people. Look at Paul. I'm sure he's a nice guy in a lot of ways. But you're not going to take the car salesman out of Paul. I'm just going to tell you that. That's not going to happen. You can't take the car salesman and you can't take the insurance salesman like Ricky out of Ricky. That's what they are. That's what they did. Okay? Everybody has an angle. Everybody has an angle. I am not monetized, and that speaks volumes. I am not monetized. I don't need to be. And I don't predict myself having a big future on YouTube to even give a shit about being monetized. Got my point? I don't care. I might not even live to see tomorrow for all I know. I'm not going to worry about monetization. I'm worried about living day to day. That's my concern. What's yours? So, there you go. Laundry time, my friends. Does Frisbee need to pay you before he's released? Yes, he does. He most absolutely does. Don't mind what you hear on here. That's the deal. He ain't going nowhere till he satisfies the court, satisfies me, and satisfies the immigration for all his overstay expenses, fines, penalties, etc., etc., and etc. That's just the way it goes. Yes. And I want to just say something too. I am not a heartless person at all. I'm really not. But when I make an assessment of what this guy has done consistently for how many years to me, what he has put me and my girlfriend through in so many ways, there was no way in the world. I mean, I did actually give a little heart because whether you understand what went down or not, direction on the case. We said enough is enough. We knew that there was going to be certain fines set forth to him. It was already written on paper, $50,000 per charge. Then there would be a court penalty because he admitted guilt. So there was a court fine of 250,000 pesos. And then we knew that he also had to pay all his immigration overstay fees. He did not get away with his crime. And ironically, if you want to say ironically, he wound up in Bikitan after all. Now, that was going to be at the end of the case when the judge was going to throw the book at him after my testimony. We didn't have to go that route. It saved me time. It actually saved me some money. So it worked out pretty damn good. Case is over, friends. Stamp it. Case closed on his issue anyway. See how this shit works? Yeah. We knew exactly what we were doing. Now, I did not create, just to get something straight here, I did not create a case against Mr. Jordan to keep him in immigration. No, that was not the case at all, although he claims that's what I did. No, that's not what happened. I decided to put a case on him whether he was in immigration overstay, for his overstay or not. I decided that despite firing all these warning shots to him, he didn't react to my warning shots to stop. That is why, just to get this finally straight, that is why I put a case on Mr. Barry Lee Jordan. That is why. That's exactly why. As far as me showing mercy on him, I never felt, in his case, that there was a need for this so-called mercy. He's a kind of individual that will never change his ways, and even the trolls know that, whether they like me or not. Everybody knows what he's done. It's been documented. It's been heard. It's been seen. There's no question about what Mr. Barry Lee Jordan has done. You all know that. I know that. The worst trolls in the world know that. That's why they're a little reluctant to help him too. That's another factor. That's another factor, because the very people that have actually tried to help out Mr. Jordan were attacked by Mr. Jordan many, many, many times. But then when he needed money, he'd start to get friendly and, oh, come on, man, I didn't mean what I said, and, I need your help. And hey, could you get so-and-so to call my girlfriend up? She really needs to talk to you. That was his cry out to try to raise the money for his present situation. Okay, and something interesting happened in the process there that I have to talk about. Well, he might be 500 per day, possibly, yeah. That might be true, actually, Regent. That might actually be true, because he still hasn't paid. Okay, so then what happens, very interesting, I have to mention this, and I might have mentioned this before. If you notice, there was a few shows from his girlfriend, Shana Na Na Na, When the Skies Are Gray, When the Skies Are Gray. Walked down by a church, I passed along the way. Then I got down on my knees, and I began to pray. I began to pray. Well, what was going on with that was very interesting. Maybe I'm the only one that could see this, and I'm tuned into this way of thinking. She started to do shows showing her drinking a lot. It was a ploy for sympathy. Feel sorry for me. Or maybe she was feeling sorry for herself because her boyfriend, she knows she's not going to be able to see him again, ever, probably. And she's depressed, but she was trying to make a point that although she put in her complaint, oh, Frank caused me to be depressed and I got PTSD, up my lily white ass was she depressed and have PTSD. Going out with her friends, partying, this, that, going here, traveling there. She ain't depressed. Shit. My lily white ass, she's depressed. Okay, so to move on with that, getting into more detail about this. She has a show entitled something about drinking. Why should I be drinking? Or something like that. I forgot the title of the show. And all she's doing is sitting there looking at the camera. Something that she plays this recording about drinking. What was the purpose of this? Well, it may not be clear to you, but it was very clear to me. She wanted your sympathy. Feel sorry for me. Feel sorry for me. I'm now taking to drinking because my boyfriend is in a situation where I probably will never be able to have a relationship with him again, ever. Because after he gets out of prison, he's never going to be able to come into this country ever, ever again. Sympathy. They're very creative people. I saw right through this. There were several shows where she was with her cousins drinking. Another show, she's somewhere pouring a drink with some Coca-Cola in it, like rum or something. It might have been 3 shows that she was drinking, and she was trying to make a point. Look at me. Look at my somber face. I'm miserable. I need your sympathy and I need your help. Please help me. She had a creative way of doing that. She's very creative in that. Like her complaint on me, very creative. Factual, not. But she gave it her best. But I've seen that clearly. So now she's trying to say that because of all this craziness, you really got to attack Frank now, because look what he's done. My boyfriend's in prison. I'm never going to see him again. Frank did wrong. No, I didn't. Frank did wrong. No, she did wrong by making that false complaint. Now she wants your sympathy. Well, who are they going to sympathize with? Someone who has a vagina or somebody that has a 3-piece set? Think about that. It always works. Chivalry plays its part. So she's trying to show people that I'm taking the drinking now with that somber face. You know, she's pouring drinks on the camera, maybe not even saying anything or much. What do you think she's doing? What exactly did you see the same thing I'm saying? Think about it. FC, Flying Circus. What was he doing on my show? Bye. I got to do a Barry on you, Flying Circus. He's able to come on because he got his show taken down. I'm not sure who took his show down. I'm not really sure who did that. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. But he was able to come back on here. But anyway, hello, Flying Circus. Hope your day is well. God bless you. God bless you. I don't know how old Flying Circus. He's not young. He's not young. I know that much. He's not young. Not at all. Very creative guy, though. If he could only put it to good, shit, I'd watch his show all the time. He has the ability to edit and do all kinds of stuff. He could probably create some really fantastic stuff. I mean, that is not so negative all the time, you know. I don't know why they don't do that. Some of them have some good talents. Popeye doesn't have as good a talent as Flying Circus does, but if Popeye would do something, is he recording me again or whatever, I don't know. You know, put his talents to good use. Give him a hobby. I mean, a real hobby. He doesn't have to come on and be such a savage and, you know, so bitter because his life is so fucked up. He could put his tools to use, you know, creative editing and all that stuff. Popeye is good for something. He does know how to edit when he wants to. Unfortunately, he plays a lot of the same shit and the same rhetoric all the time. But if he would put that to some positive use, you know, hell, I'd watch his show as much as I can't stand him. I love creativity, even if you're a troll. Do something creative. I even laughed at some of the videos they did with me in it, using my face and all that stuff. I laughed like hell. Some of them I thought were extremely funny. I said, bravo. I must say, wow. Like, you know, putting to music, using my name and stuff like that, you know. That was creative, you know, to a Western song or something. I thought that was creative. I say bravo to that. I know he's in his 80s. He lives in Luzon. Yeah. Well, I don't know too much about him. I don't really care, to be honest with you. I know that he has the creativity level in him. He really does. I don't know why he doesn't put it to positive use. I really don't know. But to each his own, you know. Some people, like I said, you know, maybe they're not ambulatory. I don't know. They're stuck in their house or something, or they have medical conditions due to their age or different physical illnesses that they have. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why they do what they do. A lot of them don't even leave the house at all their whole life. And then we come to Chubba Wubba. So recently it came to my attention, speaking of Chubba Wubba, that it supposedly is actually Chubby Cox. And Chubby Cox, C-O-X, has been on YouTube, and people know his name, and he was definitely a contributor to Ricky. Of course, they had a little, you know, spat, whatever. They disagree on something. There was a jealousy factor going on some issue, and, you know, anyway, one thing got another, and then Chubby Cox decided to change his name to Chubba Wubba. My understanding, he's around 50 years old. He lives in Laughlin, Nevada, because Ricky's from that area, Nevada. And I guess they probably even met, so they probably know each other. Maybe not real well, but I think they probably have met. So Chubba Wubba gets exposed. See, it's just a matter of time. It all comes out in the wash. Yeah. There you go. How factual is that information? I'm kind of believing it. I remember Chubby Cox, yeah. I remember that name. How could you not? Yeah. So, there you go. I'm sure Chubba Wubba has something to say about that, and I'm sure he will, to kind of deflect upon the knowledge that I think we know exactly who he is, or at least that certain amount of information about him anyway. Yeah, there you go, guys. Things just come out in time. They all do, man. People spend so much time researching people, you know, but some of the simplest things come out. People actually know who you are, and they just come out with it, and they send you a letter or something. Hey, I know who that is. Of course, I had a lot of bullshit correspondence from people telling me that somebody is this, somebody is that, somebody is this, and they weren't really that person. But some of the information I found out in the past was true about certain people. I mean, who do you think came up with who Brevis was? It was me. It was me. And I'm not telling you where I got my information from my resources. But I knew he was Drew Artenori. And I had sent that information to Allo, and Allo put it on, and he took over the helm, took over the steering wheel, and he pretty much got the credit for that. Which is okay. I don't care, you know. But it came out. Because I'm not a bad researcher myself when I put my time into it, you know, if it's worthwhile. We know that he's Drew Artenori. We know he's got a record in LA County. And we know about his character here in the Philippines. Not exactly a sterling character of a person, getting people pregnant avoiding their responsibilities, hanging around in bars when he's got a woman and a child. I could go on and on about the antics of these people. There's just too much to talk about. There's too much to say about them. It would take a 3-hour show just for one person. I don't got that kind of time on my hands, I'll tell you that right now. But eventually information comes out about people that you never would believe. Most of the trolls out there, my friends, are the same people. And whether you've been able to figure that out on your own, maybe need a little help on that. But I don't have that many, retractors. I don't have that many haters as you think are out there on me. They're the same people. There's like a handful or so of people on there that go under multiple sock accounts. That's what they do. That's what they do. There's a lot of people who actually like me and like my channel. They like what I have to talk about. Why? Because I usually have something to talk about. That's the big difference. And I could segue from one topic to another with ease, in a breath. I can get philosophical. I can talk about health issues. I can even talk about world issues, environmental issues, you name it. I can talk about it, and I have talked about it. I've talked about things just as totally insane to even talk about on here, but I do. Even bathroom habits, you name it, I talk about it. I'm not afraid to talk about it on here. Am I worried about losing my channel? Hell no. You'd be doing me a favor. Regent says, don't forget the 2 restrained order he put against 2 different people. Yeah, to protect his family too. So what he did, he really fucked over some people is what he did. We're talking about Brevis now. Because if he had to put a restraining order to protect himself and his family, there were gangs involved. Something was involved. Maybe someone from East LA or something. Don't forget, he was in the marijuana industry. Okay? He admitted, even to me, that he worked at a dispensary. But then COVID came. Something happened during that time with COVID because the operations closed down. Because people couldn't go out. There were curfews. Something transpired during that time, either between him and the company he worked for. I could only speculate, not accuse, but I could speculate, make it different. I'm going to say speculate, just to be legal. Something went down. Because I remember what he said to me before he left my gate, the last time I saw him, that it saved his life from moving to the Philippines. That was his words, if not word for word. Quoted. In a way, it saved my life moving to the Philippines. So you make out of that what you want to make out of that. Okay? Regent says, I guess when it comes to those 2, he's not locked and loaded. More like running scared in the Philippines. Well, if you're running scared in the Philippines because something you did somewhere, you should keep a low profile. That's what I would say. Miko, hello. No show from ego to put money up for Barry J. On the never ever from the big man. All show and no action from the big man. Well, like I said, if they really wanted to help Barry out, they claim to have the financial means to do that, then he should be out today. He shouldn't be in there a day longer than today. And if you care, like I said, I don't care either way because I'll benefit from this. I don't care. And I feel that if I really have to measure things out, he's paid a lot of the price of the shit that he's done. Maybe not enough as far as I'm concerned, but I think he's paid some of the price of his antics that he's pulled on YouTube and against me. So I kind of look at it that way. You know, as far as a victory for him, no, there's never a victory for Barry. It's all been uphill for him. There's no victory when it comes to Barry. Even outside of the court case and all that stuff, he was not living a good life and had to depend on other people to get by and, support his cigarettes and his booze and his women chasing and all that crap, paying his bills and all that. Because as I said, we were talking initially about somebody doing a show, getting the cost of living crap. And the guy's a minimalist, living on $600 a month. I don't buy the story, and I gave you the reasons why I don't buy it, because there's just too many incidentals. There's too many Expenses that come up that make it impossible to pay rent, eat on $10 a day, that's 300 alone, and then you go on from there and pay your rent, electricity, all that shit. No, I can't see that happening, and I still say that. I cannot see that the guy's not telling a whole story. He's got to have a bank account somewhere, or he's a, what do you call baby from his father? What do you call baby? Credit card baby, or what do you call that? He's getting money from somewhere or something. I don't know. But there's always a story behind what, what people talk about. Regent says, Ego's money is for Shaw, but she has to agree to his proposition. Well, whatever. Whatever. Whatever they're doing, his harem or whatever the fuck he's doing, wants to grow his harem. That's his personal business, what he wants to do, to get sucked into his vortex. I mean, whatever. Yeah. And, the thing is like Big E and people like that and Mick Fisher and all these people, it's all part of a boys club and they got to support each other. See, here's what happens on YouTube. There's so many lies going on that when somebody actually tells the truth about somebody, like I've done so many times about trolls, and I've hold that proverbial mirror in front of their face, and they don't like what they see. Yeah, they're going to go on the attack of me. That's just the way it works. Okay? There was Biggie, didn't mind me that much. He used to throw some compliments out on there for me here and there about different things. But, as time goes by and you see what these people are doing all the time, and throwing their wallet around and all that. And there were some things I thought was very disgusting he did on camera. I don't have to elaborate on that again. I thought it was in low taste. I thought it was disgusting what he did. And his whole attitude about women and all that stuff, it really sucks. That's my opinion. And you don't have to agree with me, but that's my own opinion. So these people can't afford to talk about me or anybody else. Look at the lifestyle they're leading. Maybe they got more money. Brew hot, whatever. But what good are they doing with that money? Again, the proverbial, donkey with the carrot in front of it. The donkey's going to keep on moving until he gets that carrot. He's never going to get the carrot unless they allow that carrot to come to his mouth. And women was going to follow that carrot, which is, basically, symbolically, a wallet. That's what they do with their money. It's not like they can get these women because they're so good looking and swarthy and they're such a fine specimen of a man. That's not what it is at all. It's the money. It's the money. Money talks and suckers walk, man. That's just the way it is. It's that proverbial carrot that's being put in front of very naive and very gullible women. And you know who's gullible, you know who's naive, because you'll figure it out. That's a good candidate. That's a good candidate. Let's get that nice, fresh, ripe carrot out. Okay, a nice big carrot, fresh carrot, dangle it in front of them, and watch the magic that happens afterwards, man. Mick Smith says, Frisbee needs to start a business selling cigarettes, make 1 peso a stick. Frisbee the Hobgoblin only needs to sell 700,000 cigarettes to pay his dues. Yeah, you might be right. That much. I believe there's no cigarettes allowed where he is, but they do smoke them. I don't know. How could the guards not smell them? It's the same thing, man. They're just paying off the guards. You could get anything you want in prison if you got the money. You could get better accommodations. There's even a room with an air conditioner in some places. I'm not kidding you. You have a private accommodation. We don't have to share the cell with 60 other people. That is available. That is available. Because what happens is the trustee, who is a prisoner, is representing the guard or warden, whatever it might be. They're going to get their cut. So the trustee says, yeah, I could do that for you, but it's going to cost you this much. So the trustee is going to make a little money, and the guard or whatever is going to make a lot of the money. Now, the trustee may not get much of any money. The trustee might just get more privileges. It works two ways. They can make a little money, or they can just get better privileges, but the guards are the ones that will profit. And then some of that has to maybe go to a warden, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe just kept on a lower level with the guards. But you could get whatever you want in there if that's what you want. But you have to present the money. But now, the thing I don't understand is that they can't allow you to have Visa cards or anything like that. So how do you work this? Okay, so how do you get the cash in your hand is another question to pay the guards. I'm not sure how that happens. I don't know. I don't know. Where does the money come from? Yeah, well, it's a good way of quitting smoking, right? But that's not the way you want to do it. You know, you get healthy by not smoking, but that you get unhealthy because of the living conditions. It's a no-win situation. And if you have prescriptions, you better have the original prescription sheets, the scripts to present, because otherwise you're not going to get your medicine. You got to show that. And even if you have to get a letter from the doctor himself that this person needs to take these prescriptions. For example, Barry needs an inhaler all the time, right? He's got to get it from somewhere. They got to arrange something. I think they might do that much for him, but it'll cost you for somebody to go with a prescription from the facility to go to a drugstore and get this prescription for him. They're not going to do it for nothing. If you're really ill, the prison is not going to pay, really, necessarily for you to go in that transportation and an ambulance to go to a hospital. You're going to have to pay that fee. And of course, the hospital fees, they're not going to pay that for you. So if you don't have that, you're screwed. I mean, you're totally, totally screwed. Miko says ego preys on people's vulnerabilities. He tried to share Shaw into his harem. Was that low ebb? People like ego should never be trusted around vulnerable people. Well, let's stop talking about Biggie, because I really don't give a rat's ass about him and what he does with his life, to be honest with you, and I'm being quite frank with you. I'm not living his life, he's not living mine, okay? That's what it really comes down to. He's made mistakes before, he will continue to make them. He's had a woman take advantage of him and lost all his money before. He was even against his own wife, and he went on Facebook, and something went down financially with them, and he was pissed off. But now they're buddies again. They had their little deal, and she's all happy and smiling now from ear to ear. They settled amicably, something very amicably, and she's all happy, and she's happy, and everything is back to good again until it happens again. Maybe, I don't know. Speculate whatever you want. It's an observation, that's all it is. It's also from his own Facebook thing, so it's based on fact, not on speculation or based really on fiction, but what was seen on the Facebook. That's enough about Big Ego. Okay, he's really a non-topic topic matter of mine, or I care it to be. Let these people do what they want with their lives. They're not part of my life. They don't put food on my table. Okay, they don't do anything for me. They don't ever help me with a legal fund. They don't put food on my table. They don't do anything for me. Therefore, they're irrelevant. That's it. I'm starting to think that there's some hanky-panky going on with Ego and Fisher, Regent says. I don't know. Ask them. I don't know. I'm not going to say anything illegal on here. Speculate all you want. Could be truth to that. There may not be any truth to that. I'm not going to say there is, and I'm not going to say there isn't, because I really don't know. And again, it's really none of my business what they do. It's really not. We live in 2025, People are pretty liberated. Nothing surprises me either, and that's another thing I'm going to say. Nothing surprises me at all, and nothing will surprise me. So we had a pretty good shoe this morning, I think. Don't call me baby. Don't call me baby. It's a glorious morning, folks. It's a glorious morning, and that's the way you got to see life, man. You wake up to a new morning. Shit, I woke up at fucking 1:30 for some reason. Jolted out of bed. I don't know why. Went back to sleep, but then I got up again. But I didn't go back to sleep. So basically, I got up at 2:40 this morning. And once I'm up, it's really hard to go back again. Now, fortunately, some family members were up here because they have one's worked for a call center, so she has these odd hours. She was up. her oldest, well, oldest of the two boys that are living here, very athletic, went out in the early wee hours of the morning to go bike riding long distance. He was up early. You can't sleep around here if you tried. It's very difficult. And there you go again. I told you not to talk about him. Regent says I wouldn't be surprised if Ego is letting Fisher at his women. I don't know what he does. I don't care what he does. I told you not to talk about Big Ego anymore. We have a good idea what these characters are like. You make your own assessment. I've already made mine. That's all that matters. My own assessment, and I'll keep it to myself. Some things are very obvious with you people that, go without saying, but some things are maybe not as obvious. What they do with their private and personal life really is their business. That's why I tell people to stay out of my private life and I'll stay out of yours. Simple as that. The same things. You don't have to like me or my channel, but they still come to listen. They still record my show. I'm that pertinent. I'm that popular. It amazes me even till today. I'm that relevant to these people. So again, what does it say about their personal life? Well, that speaks volumes. Now, it's not worth it, Miko. It's not worth it. It really isn't. I don't like these people. I put it quite up front. I don't like these people. I absolutely do not. Don't get me wrong. But, I'm not going to put a posse after them or anything like that. There's no reason, or vice versa. But some people are very vindictive. They, they have to win. They have that kind of a personality where they don't want to lose. Please don't tell me things about myself that I already know, but I don't want anybody else to see that. If everybody else has seen it, don't make me look bad because I'm going to do something to you to make you look bad. And I'm going to jump on the wagon and incorporate other people into my little bandwagon of hate. And that's what they do. That's what they do. They don't like things being thrown in their face that might actually be quite factual. And I'm going to get off here anyway. I got to shower up and I got to do a little exercise. I've been neglecting it for 2 days. There's been a lot of activity going on around here, this house. It's been hot and everything else. I haven't been feeling like doing a hell of a lot. But I got to get back on it this morning. That's for damn sure. Whether I like it or not. So I did that ends the show. I don't think I'll be doing any of the shows today I could think of for any reason, unless something incredible came up that I'm willing to share with you. But there's really nothing I could think of at this point. So, I'm just assuming that this will be my only show this morning. I always give people the opportunity to speak what's on their mind, except when they become a little bit too repetitive. It's a dragged out topic or person. And, the thing about Barry, even with myself, that should stop because that's, as far as I'm concerned, it's over. The case is over. Now, with his girlfriend, that's another situation to attend to, and I certainly am attending to it more than you know, and we'll continue to make that an issue, and we'll work on that. No, I don't have a resolution. I want to get that out straight. They all lied about that, and we're supposed to believe anything they say. They all lied. Waved a piece of paper in their hand or said they did, but they never did. And there's no such animal that has happened where I refused to get registered mail and my lawyer at the same time refused to get registered mail. That never happened. It never would happen. I'll accept any mail that comes my way pertaining to any legal information. The same with my attorney. Any sense that he would not accept. Of course, that was a bunch of poppycock. Accept your registered mail. I had a glitch on there. Sorry again. Frisbee is not used to not carrying a knife around. The Mantis Alabama tick. Yeah, he's been known to do that for all the way in the past. I remember when he had trouble with some in Moalboal with a bar owner. He thought the bar owner was going to follow him to his house, and he was at that place that we used to rent to at the table, and he was taking out the knife to show people that He's going to cut this guy up and all this shit and all that. He's just pure evil, man. And I don't care what anybody says, and I don't give a shit what they think. What I had to do regarding this guy was very, very necessary. It was very necessary. When you allow when you allow somebody like him to get away with the shit he's done, all you guys are doing is enabling him to do it again. And if you have any respect at all for Filipinas, for Filipinos, if you have any respect for the culture itself, you can't allow people like this guy to get away with the shit that he did. Because he's just going to be hurting and taking money left and right from numerous people. I would definitely think over 10 years it's come into the hundreds of thousands of pesos that he has owed people. Hundreds of thousands of pesos easily, easily, okay? Easily. I wouldn't be surprised if it's as much as 800,000 pesos or 1,000,000 pesos in 10 years. He made his way around borrowing money from people, girlfriend's money, everything, man. You add it up over 10 years, that's a lot of money, Jack. Then the begging on his show for donations from people that he was buying cigarettes and booze with it. You got to add that up over 10 years, too. Whatever it's been that he was monetized and, how many shows he's actually had. Yeah. Anyway, that's my show. Thank you for listening, and I got to go on with my life. Thank you very much. If you don't mind, and I actually do have a life. Imagine that. Damn, I couldn't see doing half the things that these people do. Look, I got a little bit of time on my hands, certainly, but let me tell you something. I don't got that much time on my hands to do the things that these guys do, note taking, copying the videos, word for word. There's a guy that came on there, even on an email he wrote to me, or was on the comments section, when I went into SNR, the guy made a note of every item of food that I was either buying or was looking at. The name of the company, what the product was, how much it was. Who has that much time on their hands? Well, apparently, a lot of people do. And that's what gets them into trouble. And that's why they're so miserable in their life. And they're so bitter because they got to find somebody to nitpick on. Pretty sad when you know life is so precious. It's so short, guys. And you'll know this if you develop a really bad, it's terminal. Maybe that's the only time that you're going to ever wake up and smell the proverbial roses. It's only these times or extreme pain or whatever that will wake you up and realize that look what you've been doing all these years. Look at the time and breath, the oxygen you have wasted on people on YouTube. That applies to myself. It applies to the trolls. It applies to everybody. How much time of your life you have wasted. People find your SNR visits very interesting. Do something that people are in for. What they are really in for. How much is it really shopping and stuff? Hello, lovely lady. Anybody ever tell you look so lovely in the morning?
Yeah, after when you wake up in the morning, so you can see the beauty of the woman.
Oh, I see the beauty in you every single day, Gilda. You're marvelous. You're astounding. You're intelligent. You're creative. You're a sex goddess. You're just beautiful.
You're always beautiful.
And legs of steel. Oh God. Look at those legs. Hot legs. Do. I love you, honey. Good afternoon, good early evening. All right, an early dinner and a lovely one at that. I'm going to tie up a few things on here this afternoon and have a little fun. I listened to portions of Big Kevin's show, and no, I was not on there. Somebody was going, a copycat was using my channel name on there, and they thought it was me, but actually it wasn't. Because if I was on there and had something to say, I would say it. No, that wasn't me. But I had a good laugh because anybody who's actually met Jay will know that he's about the size 5 foot 8 inches tall, and anybody who's ever met Jay said that he was really very short. Now, they produced a picture of Jay visiting Barry at the jail cell. It's just an illusion because Jay was standing in the foreground, Barry was in the background, and if you know anything about photography, which I doubt you do, anything in the foreground is going to look bigger than the background. No, he was not towering over Barry at all. They're about the same height from people who've actually met Jay. About the same height. And Barry's no bigger than maybe 5'3". That's all he really is. Well, I know because I've met Barry. Okay, so get that straight. You know, that was not me on Big Kevin's show. Kind of feel. Ooh, it is cold. He is basically chasing his tail. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Chiang Mai or wherever he winds up. I mean, he is one of the guys that's chasing his tail. There's never going to be a finality to Kevin unless he drops dead or something. There's no finality on what he's doing. He should have stayed in his aunt's basement. I've always felt that. You know, you could only go to bars so much and ring the bell for companionship, and then he'll tell people how broke he is when he's really not. But it's the same thing with Barry. He wants your money, so he doesn't spend his own. Nothing new about that. Of course, Jerry the Fairy was on there slinging insults to me as he normally does, and of course, Havoc Master doing the same. I think if it wasn't for me, they probably would have nothing to talk about. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, Jay says it's in the mail. Right. Yeah, I'm supposed to get registered mail. And supposedly I, myself, and my lawyer did not answer to the registered mail. Yeah, it's just like Jay was holding up an actual copy of a resolution. Yeah, okay. Well, you got to get a laugh somewhere. You have to. If you can't laugh sometimes, then, you just can't take people that seriously on here. And if it wasn't people like myself who drive their channels. But no, that wasn't me on there. I did not. I listened to a little bit of Big Kevin's show, but it was too long and too stretched out. And I was actually in the middle of a movie. And but I did hear a few things on there, enough to hear. Then Parabola, he was becoming a regular on my show. He was blocked a long time ago. Well, not a long time ago, but caught him sneaking around another channel talking shit about me or agreeing with the big boys club. That's when I block these people. Then they wonder, but then what do? They go in opposition of you. Of course, everyone I ever blocked would now be in opposition of me because I blocked them. Maybe I did for a reason. Okay, there you go. But no, Jay has been running his mouth left and fucking right. He's driven by his alcohol, his beer muscle. Okay, there you go. Beer muscle, that's Jay. Mr. Beer Muscle or Liquor Muscle. He runs his mouth, but I guarantee you, if I remember correctly in the past, there were situations where Jay was supposed to meet up with somebody and he never did. He ran the other direction. Okay. That's Jay. He likes to run his mouth on YouTube, but he'll never confront anybody. No, and that goes for a lot of them. They never confront anybody. I just don't see that happening. Ah, I'm using this time to relax because actually, as hot as it was today, I've been doing a whole shitload of crap today, and I need to kick back and figure, let me do a show here because I got a little bit too much energy sometimes. And sometimes I got to learn to relax and just kind of really kick back. I haven't it's just started maybe today. I don't, as I said, I'm not on that TV all day. And I give the kids that are visiting stuff, I give them a chance to watch some of the stuff that they want to watch, you know, or else to go out of their mind. But these kids always keep very occupied. Yeah. Oh, what was I going to? No, I won't say that. No. Okay, I'm going to omit what I was just going to say because I. But anyway, yeah, I did listen to. Big Kevin is the ringmaster. Basically, is what he is. He's always been the ringmaster on there. He doesn't have much. Lets everybody else do the talking on his show. Of course, Havoc Master always has something to say about me or Barry or somebody. He's like some fucking old hillbilly living in Baguio. Yeah, that's pretty much just an old dude living in Baguio. What seemingly, well, I don't know. He knew I was in Baguio. Why didn't he look me up? That one. He didn't bother to try to look me up. Tough guy he is. But yeah, Big Kevin is. Well, and if you could see the thumbnail on here, I know I wrote that up. Right. Okay. The one thing I don't like is when something is not complete. I don't care what it is, diploma or project or something, whatever it might be. Or if I lose something and I can't find it, I don't really feel complete unless I find that object or paperwork, any kind of records. Yeah, that does bother me. But I feel more complete when I will find that object or whatever it might be that I've been looking for a long time. Anyway, I just got the an email, which I'm actually sharing with you here on the thumbnail. You can see all of this. I know, I wrote this up. I know exactly who's going to say that. That ain't real. You wrote that up. Yeah, okay, nothing's real. Maybe nothing's real on YouTube, but no, this is real. There really is a diploma, after all, but I will produce the actual document, and whenever I receive it, that's if they're willing to ship it to the Philippines. Probably going to be at a price, of course. I don't think they're going to be that cordial. They've been very cooperative so far, but till I get it in my hands. But this is basically just an email that I woke up to, that I received this morning. Of course, Don will say, it has to come from the registrar's office. What is this academic advisement? Well, I don't know when he was in college. I don't know. Things maybe change. They have different avenues and offices that certain documents come from. It's not always from the registrar's office. It so happens to be with the academic advisement office, which I guess, plays a part of the registrar. Whatever, don't matter. But there you go. And sometime in the future here, when I actually receive this document, if they agreed to mail it to the Philippines, I had to tell them that the only way it's going to get here, the only way it's going to get here if you send it express mail. But I somehow don't think they're going to just send it for free. Okay. I doubt it. Unless they feel sorry for me and say, well, this guy, let's see, when did he graduate? He got to be 70 years old now. We'll do the old boy a favor. Nah, I don't think anybody just does any favors, really. They'll probably charge the shit out of me. But point being made. Point being made. There is indeed a diploma. And when I have it in my physical hands, I will actually put it on here. But of course, if I wanted to, make a fraudulent document, fraudulent documents on YouTube seem to be very common, like resolutions. Only this will be real. Okay, and this is just simply an acknowledgement, what you're looking at on your screen. Received this morning. Yeah. Time and money were put into college, so you really like to have the document. Not that I have any need for it, like I'm going to apply for a job or something. That's really not the point. To show that you did have an achievement. Where the naysayers, no, you never did. You never even went to school. Oh, come on, man. Give it a break. But nevertheless, there you go. I think you could read it. And of course, I always tell people, if you don't think the communication is real, give us a phone number attached to this right at the bottom and a person's name. It's not that I feel I have to prove anything to anybody, but I get immense enjoyment of proving people wrong. But here's the thing. It's not that they don't believe me. Okay. They know I graduated college. It's not that they don't believe me. They just want to give me a hard time about it. But, I always beat them to the punch every time, no matter what the topic is or what the accusation is or what their implications are. I usually always come through. It may take a while with me with certain things, but it always comes through. So we'll see how long it takes for me to actually receive this diploma. I mean, it's not a PhD or anything like that. But nevertheless, doesn't have to be. It just shows that there are some people that make some accomplishments. When you think probably the average level of education on here with these trolls probably is, they're lucky if they got out of high school. But that's the point. That's the point. Let's read it. Your diploma has arrived in my office. Please respond to this email and provide your complete shipping address and phone number if you wish to have your diploma mailed. In-person pickup is also available. Also, the office hours, blah, 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 West 21st Street, blah, blah, blah. Name provided, Julie Polino. Okay, academic advisement, phone number. I suppose I made that up too. Oh, I just get such joy of proving people wrong. Barry was wrong too when he thought immigration wouldn't get him. Barry was wrong when he thought that there'd never be a trial, court case on him. But I dare tell you that. There you go. Trust old Frankie here. You gotta trust old Frank here. Frankie comes through. When others can't, I do. Well, good morning anyway. I actually had a pretty good night's sleep tonight. I'm all bushy-tailed and ready to face my day. Well, some people read it and weep. Now, what do I do? What do I need a diploma at my age? It's not that I need it. But when I had moved from my other house, the one I was renting, and throwing shit away and throwing this away and getting rid of paperwork and this and that, somehow, of all the things, because it wasn't framed, because it was actually hanging loose with other papers, because the original frame it was in was broken, the glass was broken. Actually, the glass was broken in transport from Hawaii. When I had some things sent over, and I didn't pack it very well, and it wasn't just that, it was other photographs that were framed, and all the glass was broken. Yeah, we don't do good planning and stuff, things get destroyed, and boy, I've had plenty of framed photographs, which was stupid to send the way I did anyway. They should have been loaded with popcorn material, styrofoam popcorn. But no. I didn't pack it well enough, and there you go. It takes planning. Everything is planning. Read it again. Get the address. Get the person's name. The real phone number. Try it. See if it's real. I know. I made this all up. Just like there was a document floating around of a resolution made on a certain complaint. Well, that never appeared, did it? And somebody fraudulently wrote up something and presented it on their YouTube show. Naughty. Oh, it's nice to wake up a little bit refreshed. Because the other night I got up 3 times. Not last night. 1 time. Hey, that's better than 3 times anyway. Well, good morning to all. I just thought I'd present this little ditty. Because I had wrote them and I said, okay, you sent me a paper of acknowledgement of the graduation and degree. Perchance, can we produce a diploma from this? Then I didn't hear from them at all. Then I get this email this morning, which you're reading right here. So look at it. Crow City, USA. But the crow will really be served when I actually get the actual document. But like I said, it's not that I need a diploma at my age. What am I going to do with it? It's just basically to prove that, yes, you did go to college and you did get a degree. That's all it really is. I'm not putting out resumes and stuff, like I'm looking for a job at my age. That's not happening. But it's just a point. Me? How many hours of sleep? 6. Which is really not adequate. It's not adequate at all, for any age, really. 6 hours. Well, you really need 8. I need good 8 hours sleep. Maybe I should do what I don't ever do. Follow my body, what it wants me to do. Because during the day, sometimes, I'll be honest, if I sit down in my chair in the living room, I start nodding out. Maybe my body's telling me something that maybe you do need a little midday nap for like 45 minutes or so. You don't want to go over 45 an hour. There's something to that. Actually, it's not actually healthy for you. Maybe I actually do need to take. I never voluntarily take any midday naps. There are people in their 40s and 50s that take midday naps. I mean, if they're not working, I mean, they may do it at work too, or while they're working. But oh, that never happens. But no, I'll just nod out. Followed immediately in the seconds that I nod out by a snore. I don't know how my girlfriend sleeps at all, because I do tend to snore when my body's in a different position, a certain position. I couldn't sleep at all last night, tossing and turning. Well, that's the truth. Poor gal. Seriously. I don't think she gets the best sleep at all, because sometimes she gets distracted really easy too. She may get up in the middle of the night for something or whatever, but yeah. But she usually gets up around the time here that I get up, which is a little later than normal, 5:30, whatever it is. They say lack of sleep brings on Alzheimer's. Well, they say it does a lot of things. Heart, different things. I don't know, my brother's name was Al, and I used to joke around. His memory wasn't the greatest. I said, you're going to get Alzheimer's disease. Joke around with him, of course. Maybe I'll get Frank's disease. I don't know. So far, so good. So far, so good. Who knows what's to come? And that's life itself. Who knows what's to come? The adventure continues. Life is an adventure. I don't know, just some wise man. I don't know, one of these philosophers or Chinese guys, whatever. Or maybe it goes back historically. I don't know. Some quote I was reading the other day. I can't give you it exactly. It just basically says that there is no yesterday, something, there is no tomorrow, that you're basically living for today. Forget about yesterday. Don't worry about tomorrow. Live for today. Enjoy today. Because, basically tomorrow may not come. Something to that effect. I can't quote it. Mako says, I think when your number is up, it's up. When they call that number, buddy, then it's time. As in the matches, they say, it's time. I don't think I want to go quickly unless I'm in terrible pain or something, because I always got to have the last word in. Oh, that would not be the truth. Oh, it would be. I mean, yeah. Oh, you got to tell your loved ones you love them, all that stuff. You may have some things you want to say to them, but I don't want to talk about morbid shit like that, Hey, I'm alive this morning. So are you. Rejoice. My God. Rejoice. 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 Yeah, I'm serious, really. Rejoice. You made it to another day, man. I don't know, everybody seems to think that it's old age that's going to kill you, but nah, that's not true, man. You could die at any age for any particular or no particular reason, really. You can, as they say, shit happens. You don't plan things like this. They just happen. It has to do for a lot of reasons, too. Too many. Unexpected ones, too, but, Get my cup for tea here. Okay, you know it's tea time. I mean, you know it's tea time. Nah, people don't plan for shit like that. Although some people do. Maybe they're in a lot of pain. Maybe you live in a country or state that euthanasia or whatever. Oh, it's too morbid to talk about. It's just too morbid. Much too morbid to talk about. Let's talk about life. Let's talk about you and me. Let's talk about all the good things we can see. Let's talk about you, babe. Let's talk about you, girl. That's what you got to talk about. Talk about the good things. What good has happened to you this week or today or whatever? What's good? You got up in the morning. That was great. That was quite an accomplishment. Easy money. God, I had a dream last night, but I wish I could remember it. I know it was a good dream. There might have been two of them. Ever have a really, really realistic dream? Characters, faces, everything like that. Places. I don't know if I dream in color. They always talk about that maybe we don't dream in color, in technicolor or whatever. I don't recall. Generally, you remember your dream, but not necessarily if it was in color or not. Oh, we got 23 souls aboard here. Well, good morning. And why isn't it a good? Of course, it's a good morning, man. It's always a good morning if you can wake up to it. We got to be more positive. We got to be more positive on here. There's too much negativity on YouTube. Much too much. God, we've been through so much negativity on here. Oh, I have another good thing that's happening too that I can't talk about. No. Can't talk about everything on here. I mean, I could, but there are certain things that you should restrict talking about on here until it actually happens. And, yeah. I know everybody wants to be in the know. Everybody wants to be in the know. Just the generation of the know. Miko, obviously, he has no conscience. It's all about money and debauchery to him. He will be answerable eventually. I don't know who you're talking about, but let's not go there. Let's make this a positive show. We don't want to give Popeye something to talk about, do we? No. People are not used to positive communication on here, positive shows. I was talking about that just the other day. I could name a British guy, I could name a number of other people. And they seem to, on one hand, love living here, but you wouldn't know it by their shows, and then there's that Jim guy, of course. He's a good example. It's really strange because on one hand, they're so drawn to the Philippines, but every time they do a show, it's like they're talking about the negatives, the dangers of being here, and some of the things they don't like about the culture or Filipinos, or in particular, beware, they're all going to fuck you up. I've heard all these stories about this one and that one. Well, I don't know. Maybe you just made the wrong choice. Maybe you just made the wrong choice. Maybe the wrong choice of moving to this country. Maybe the wrong choice of the particular woman that you got involved with, man. Yeah, that's be a different thing. Let's try to keep things positive. Jesus Christ. I mean, come on. There's been so much negativity on here. Let's talk about you and me. Let's talk about all the good things, all the good things. That would be a glee. Let's talk about you guys. Let's talk about you guys. My show is not all about me. It's about you too. You always tell me something about yourself that you want to share. I'm very open with this shit, man. It's not all about me, 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 me. We have a me, me, me society. Everything's about me, 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 me. They should call you Mimi at birth. They should have named you Mimi. I think there's a French song about that too, actually. I actually think it is. What was that French guy's name? He's the same one. I don't know. I think that talked about. Oh, which the sex perverts on here would love that one. What was that one song about? Thank heavens for little girls. They grow up in the most delightful way. Oh, I'm sure they like that song. You betcha. Okay, this tea ain't gonna be drinkable for a while. I boiled the shit out of this water. Not gonna burn my palate. Okay, let's see. I was just really happy to entertain you guys. I get a lot of joy out of that. You wouldn't come here if I didn't entertain you. It's just bottom line. You wouldn't come here at all. Of course, you know, a lot of people come in here just to find, oh, but what wrong could we find out? What if Frank is talking about we could use it against him for something? We could record it and play it later on. Because Frank likes to take off a lot of his shows, but oh no, we're going to record it. Oh, we're going to be Johnny on the spot and we're going to record everything you say. Ah, man, like I said, if you got that kind of time on your hands, brother, may your God help you. Find a fucking hobby other than me. Of course, I'm flattered, of course, but, I mean, come on now, really. Enough. Life is too short. We've talked about that, you know. I'm flattered, of course, about how I'm such a controversial topic on YouTube. But, you know, flattery don't get you anywhere, really. Popular for what? For being an in-your-face vlogger who likes to tell it things how they really are. And sometimes it hits a nerve with some people, doesn't it? Oh, it sure does. It sure does. Miko says, I think even among your disasters, there is a deep admiration for your steel and you're relentless. You never give up. Well, why give up on anything? Giving up is definitely defeat. Why should you be defeated, no matter what it is, legally or otherwise? Why should you? Nobody likes defeat. Although I like my feet, they kind of get me around. I try to take good care of them, but I don't always. Some of my shoes are kind of ill-fitting sometimes, no matter what I buy. You got to take care of defeat. Dissenters and disasters. Yeah, dissenters. I don't know if they didn't have me on here, they would be jonesing, man. I mean, seriously. They would get withdrawal symptoms. You know what? I don't have any doubt about that. My girlfriend has that gusto, too. Oh, yeah. She's got a lawyer herself now, and she's going after somebody big time. There's a lot of money involved. Big time. The person she's going after just is getting her lot sold. Ooh, and her lawyer's going to be on that trail. Lots of money, lots of money, lots of money, lots of money, lots of money. And on top of that all, if she could have the lawyer attach property or a sale, you know, to achieve that money, that woman is still going to go away up to 12 years in prison. Oh, yeah. It commensurates, or what's the word actually, with the amount of owing determines how many prison years you get if you're found guilty. Oh, yeah, she's active in that stuff, too. Let me tell you, we don't fuck around here, man. Oh, no. That's why I mean you're the last two people I want to be taken on in court. Well, look, we don't like court. Just to make that perfectly clear, I don't like courts at all. This brings me back to the only time that I really had a problem, and I served some hard time in Seattle, man. A really hard time, about a day and a half. Oh, yeah. Because I told the lawyer there's no justice in this courtroom for me, and I walked out, and that's something that you don't do. My girlfriend convinced me at the time to come back in, and all rise. Mr. B, you obviously have a chip on your shoulder. And why did I have a chip? Because I sat there and I ripped up a copy of the Landlord-Tenant Act in my hand. When they seemingly were seeing it toward my landlord's way, 'cause she was some rich bitch, you know. And I had kind of semi-long hair, you know. Maybe I looked like I don't know, a street person to the judge or whatever. He was a real redneck type or something. 1.5 days in the clinker to cool my heels off. I'm a big criminal, man. 70 years. I spent a day and a half in a county jail downtown Seattle while some dude was trying to hit on my girlfriend while I was in there. And she didn't want to mention it to me because she knows I would have went ballistic. So when she came to pick me up, you know, meet me downtown, she told me what happened with this guy, Dean. And holy shit, the minute I got into the house, I called him on the phone. I think the whole apartment complex could hear me yelling at him. I'm serious, the dude packed up. A friend of mine had a van, so me and Lisa, my wife at the time, we got in that van. We told him we're coming over there, man, to go kick your fucking ass for trying to hit on my lady. Which he tried to do, actually, in my absence. He's the one that actually drove us there to the courthouse. He was gone, nowhere to be seen. He disappeared. Don't fuck with my lady, don't fuck with my lady. I never use that word livid a lot. I've been using that a lot, but I was livid that this guy was trying to hit on what was she at the time? She was a girlfriend at the time. Yeah, not my wife. But still, possession is 9/10 of the law. You know? I think a lot of people from New York have the cockiness. I'm not cocky, no. And belief in yourselves. Michael Fazio, too, had great confidence and arrogance in what he believed. I'm not arrogant and I'm not cocky. I think New York people, no, we are just straightforward, in-your-face people. We don't waste time with little frivolities. We don't waste time with bullshit. We say how we feel. That's the way it should be. Why hide the way you feel about somebody? Tell them what you think of them. You don't have to have them as a friend. You can tell them why, because you're a schmuck or whatever. Kazuga, a lot of Jews. Hey, Kazuga means you're an idiot, you know. No, we're just straightforward people. You know, time is of the essence. We don't have time to just fuck around. We don't have time to just not get to the point. That's the one beautiful thing about New Yorkers. They are straightforward, as you should be. They don't like bullshitting. They don't have time to bullshit. And when they want to take care of somebody, they'll take care of somebody. They're not going to go to court all the time. Something called street justice. And some of it is quite qualified, justified is the word, excuse me. Street justice. Never mind going to fucking courts and spending money and all that shit. Nah. Their courtroom was on the fucking streets. Well, they had fucking cement on their shoes and they wind up in the East River or the Hudson River. Take your choice. Well, they just taught them a good lesson that they'd never forget. Ever. That's street justice. But no. You got to go to court and all this bullshit and blah, 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 and money and time and look up evidence, this and that, turn in this, turn in that. Well, I did all that. Because there really wasn't any other choice. Well, there were choices, but you didn't want to go there. It might complicate your life just a little bit. So you got to use your noodle if you're in a different country, You're not on your own turf, you know what I mean? No, this is not your turf, and I don't give a fuck if you got a 13A, if you got an SRRV. This is not your turf. But you like to show it off to people. Look at me, I got an SRRV. Well, good for you, Johnny, that you want to go tie up $10,000 to $50,000 of your money in a bank that you can't touch. You could touch it, but then, you're not going to have that little SRRV anymore. You'll have to replace the money. I mean, goddamned if I'm going to put a chunk of money in a fucking Philippines bank that has to lay there, don't even collect interest. Not that you get interest in the banks here anyway. It's non-existent. It's just a place to store your money. There's no interest. You don't make shit on there. Fuck, man. It's just a place to store your money, to keep it safe. That's all it is. Those days are over. Growing up with it, great interest rates and get interest on the accounts, and then there's double, what do you call that? Double combined, oh God, mine was too early. Combined interest, whatever, too early. Nah, those days are over, man. Nah, I mean, New Yorkers have small talk. They like to talk. But, don't get in their face about something. They will be reactive, no matter how kind-hearted they are. And they are. Don't get in their face and don't talk about their family. Oh no. But certainly don't call somebody a child predator. Oh, it's over. Bye-bye. It's over. End of story. That's it. You're gone. It's just a matter of when. They wouldn't put up with that shit. I will tell you, they will not put up with that. I will assure you, they wouldn't put up with that. I know for a fact they would not put up with that shit. Nope. And nope. They will not put up with that shit. Why should they? Nobody should be talking about other people's families anyway. What's that all about? What's it all about, Alfie? That's one thing you don't do, but my God, the morons who would go on social media and call somebody a child molester. Woo. Oh my God. As I said, where I grew up, you did that kind of shit, you don't have to worry about how long you're going to live, brother. Or you'd have some broken-ass fucking legs or something going down, but something would go down. I will 125% guarantee you on that statement. But no bullshit, no hyperbole, nothing. You just don't do that. But you really just don't do that anywhere. Certain things you could do and certain things you could say, but, there's certain things you can't, brother. Well, the dogs are in here. I always have to have my couple in the morning here. Boy, I tell you, I'm on here. What's it all about, Alfie? Damn. We take care of business. You meet my father. I remember I was only 14 years old at the time. Hey, my brother dabbled in some bad shit, I've talked about that. So I don't know, he came in the apartment one day. Oh, there's these guys up right here down the road waiting for me in their car. I think they're gonna do harm. Fuck, I was only 14, but me and my dad, we walked out of the house. I'm not kidding. We walked out of the house, and one of us had a bat, one of us had some chain, like chains, chain. I forgot which one of us had what. But we came out, we walked up toward their car, and they fucking took off. And I was only 14 years old when this happened. Sticking up for my bro. No matter what trouble he got himself in, which is his own doing, he got himself into a lot of trouble all the time. But we as a family, we were there to help out. No matter what kind of shit that he got himself into, we were there to help out. It was. The way it should be, man. Family helping family. Okay, let's see. I think a lot of people from New York have that. No, okay, I read that. No, it's not. You know, it's not what you call a. Well, I'll tell you who had cockiness, though. I mean, there is truth to that, actually. And I didn't like them. These Guidos. I mean, they're real Guidos. These Italian dudes, that thought they were mafia just because they were Italian. They always wanted to play like they were a wise guy or something. I remember my father used to play the numbers now and then. You know, bookies. You play the number. You know how to play the numbers, what that is, and play. I don't know what it was. My father owed him a couple of bucks or something. It was nothing. So this Guido, young guy, of course, the gold Jesus emblem on his chest, or the gold cross, buttons opened up, about 6 buttons down on his chest to expose his hairy chest and his gold chain. I mean, that was typical. Greased back, Guido hair. Knocking on the door. My father answers, and the guy was giving him a lot of shit over some small owings on something. Of course, he paid them back at the end of the day. It was a numbers game. You win some money on the numbers, whatever. Sometimes you let it ride, and they're pretty good with that. But this guy, wanted to be like a little wise guy or something. And he comes to the door, and I was like, how old? 18 or something? I don't know how old I was, whatever. Age was irrelevant. I was definitely in my late teens or something. And I wanted to intervene, and my father pushed me back. I said, what's this guy fucking knocking hard on the door and shit like that and yelling at you that way? So my father pushed me back. He said, leave it alone, Frankie, leave it alone. I didn't like that. Don't come banging at our fucking door, being threatening to my father over what, $10 or some shit like that. Go back to your fucking pizzeria. They're different type of Italians. Some of them you call them Guidos. You got greasers, you got the Guidos. The Guidos were like the Italians on steroids. And they watch too many movies, gangster movies. Because they come from the Bronx. There were tough people from the Bronx, I must say that. There was. There's no doubt about it. And that's where he was from. 241st and White Plains Road. He operated out of a pizzeria, which made, by the way, great calzones. I never had a calzone like that before, since I've ever moved out of New York. The best calzones you could ever eat, ever. It was such a treat to get a calzone from one of these places. And a real piece of pizza. Not this shit that they call pizza out here. Barely edible. Suppose you can make your own if you know how to make the dough and everything else. I suppose you can make a good piece of pizza. But you didn't fuck with these people. They were real. They were real. I told you about that story when my father got robbed, man. Somebody busted in his apartment. I think I was in, yeah, I was in Seattle at that point. I was in Seattle. And somebody, a drug addict, decided to rip him off. Oh, was that a mistake? I think you guys probably know the rest of that story because I spoke about this before. That was a big, big mistake because my dad, although he was not part of the Mothers and Fathers Italian Association at all, he did have people in the Mothers and Fathers Italian Association, as I call it, that respected him, especially George, who was basically a courier and a numbers runner. Loved my dad. And when he found out that my father got ripped off his TV and some money, oh boy, I never knew what happened from that. For years, I never knew what happened for that. So it took that long and that many years, and I was living in Hawaii, and my brother told me, what happened with that? Well, as the story went, the guy was never a problem anymore. The guy had a hot shot. You know, he liked sticking needles in his arm with certain chemicals. They obliged him. They found out who he was. They gave him his choice of drug. Only it was a hot shot. If you don't know what a hot shot is, it's poison. Good morning. Good morning. See how respectable you kids are? You say good morning to me and, right, they don't acknowledge me. Of course not. Well, the guy's been long dead. I never knew about that till years later, and I was living in Hawaii. We're talking decades later. Decided to go rip my old man off. That was the biggest mistake he made. He paid with his life. I never knew about this, I told you, till I was in Hawaii. My brother tells me. Guy had a hot shot. How dare you fuck with my dad? Okay. Naples is a great place for tough Italians. Most carry knives and loved their football, a bit like the Celtic boys. After matches, you'd see the bodies lined up on the ground after been stabbed. Those were the days, huh? Those were the days, my friend. I thought they'd never end. We sing and dance. La, 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 la. You just gotta be careful who you fuck with. You take people for granted. Oh, you can't do this. Oh, you're too old to do this. Oh, come on, give me a break. You're never too old for anything. Anything. Some of that street smart and where I grew up stayed with me all my life. Oh, but don't believe me, like I don't have a diploma either. You know, okay, well, whatever, you know. So one thing about U.S. sports, it's too sanitized, has no meaning. I don't like sports anyway, other than the UFC. I like to watch that, but I don't see anything live. I just go on there and they show old fights and stuff like that. I don't have any programs or shit. Somebody said they were going to send me, are you guys familiar with this? I mean, I know what a Fire Stick is, but one of my viewers is graciously going to be sending me a Fire Stick, and supposedly I don't know, it just gives you all these different movies and shit like that. Are you guys familiar with that? And what you would call this? He said, you know, if you give me your address, I'll send you a Fire Stick, and you can get all these, because, you know, he knows I like to watch a lot of good movies. There's all repeats all the time, and so he's going to send me a Fire Stick. I said, wow, that's cool. Thank you. And I don't know, it's supposed to be able to get these movies, this and that, this and that. So if anybody's familiar with that, explain it to me a little bit. No, rugby is probably one of the biggest, most contact sports, I think. I mean, other than, you know, martial arts and all that stuff, you know. Guys, can you believe this? I just watched this shit on there about Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris and how they met and all that. Can you believe that Chuck Norris is now 85 years old? It's like, what the fuck? It's like, come on, slow down, Father Time, slow down. It's going too quick. I'm going to go up another digit the end of next month. It just seems not too long ago I had a birthday, and I'm like, what the fuck? Are you serious? Miko says, in the old days after so, okay, see that? God, time is going by too goddamn fast. That's why you gotta take care of business, folks. And I'm the kind of guy that likes to take care of business. You want to be a tough guy and you want to beat up a 70-year-old man, come on over and do it. Just stop talking about it. Yeah, just stop doing it. Jay or anybody else. Just come over and beat the shit out of me. That's all. Get it over with. See how far that gets you. You might be surprised in many ways from that event, legally, physically, and otherwise. I'll make sure you don't go to heaven. I'll give you personally an RSVP to hell, motherfucker. One way or another. You know what they say? Where there's a William, there's a way. Oh, I'm a nice guy. You got to know me personally. But the way I was raised in my culture is that you stick up for yourself, you do what needs to be done, and you get it over with. No matter what it takes. Does it take an expenditure of money? Then you spend the money. Does it take some physical effort to do something? Then you do the physical effort to do it. And you get the thing fucking over with. You don't let things drag on, drag on, drag on, drag on. You always have plan B if plan A doesn't work. And you could even add a plan C to the whole damn thing too, if you really have to. My name ain't Rennington or Pennington. It's Frank Battaglia. This little old frail man that they like to call me. Frail my ass. You'll find out what frail is when you try to accost me and see how frail this old man is. You might be unpleasantly surprised. I don't know, I might surprise myself, to be honest. But no, somebody's on the attack of me, they're going to have to kill me or knock me out. That's the only way it's going to stop. Because yes, you used the word that I'm relentless. Yeah, you would be right about that. I am absolutely relentless as a motherfucker. As old and frail as I supposedly am, age is just a number, really. You still got fire in the furnace or you don't, or it's been doused out years ago. Which one is it? You just never know. Like I said, I don't try to play tough guy on YouTube. I'm just me, whoever that may be. I just present myself as who I am. Bottom line, I don't try to pretend something that I'm not. I'm not a martial artist. I just took it as a kid for a short period of time. I never claimed to be a martial artist, although I have practiced at home through the years, different moves, but it doesn't make me a qualified martial artist with a particular belt. You know, I've only had a green belt when I was doing this, and that's a very low on the scale. And I was very young and very inexperienced and all that. I never continued it because my family, quite frankly, and did not have the money for me to be able to continue. It's too bad, though. It's too bad. Because we all need what I call certain disciplines in life, I think. We all need different disciplines. There should be some kind of discipline in your life. Whether you take martial arts, whether you do this or do that, or do this or do that. We all need certain disciplines. I think it's really important. It's just like you have to be disciplined as a child growing up to grow up right. Some people just fall off the beaten path and all that. We know names for that. And they do things wrong all their lives, and they expect something good to come out of their lives when everything they do is wrong. With me, it's kind of like, how do I have a certain, when you fry something up in food, there's a smoke point, they call it, okay? For the oil, there's a smoke point it reaches. With me, it's like, okay, I don't like what you said or did. All right, fine. Yeah, stop that. They do it again. Okay, now you're starting to get me a little bit pissed off. Then they do it another time. That's it. Whatever goes on from there goes on. In my favor or not, it will go on. You know, I do have a temperament. I definitely have a temperament. There's no question about that. But you have to push me pretty far for me to reach that temperament. We all possess that. Every one of us do. I remember this one guy, he became a policeman later on. He wore braces. I don't know. I beat the shit out of him, knocked his braces out. I forgot what he said to me. I wasn't in a good mood. Then even a good friend of mine, Michael Stickett, when I talk about a lot, I beat the shit out of him because I forgot what he said to me. Then I was on the job at Corvette's department store, and I told you about that. And this guy kept on sweeping up on my shoes, the refuse on the floor, because we had to clean up at the end of the night. I fired the warning shots like I did with Barry. I fired the warning shots several times. I said not to do that. Well, he did it for the third time. My hands was around his neck. He was turning fucking blue, and the manager had to come by and break us up. I'm not a violent person per se, but if you push me far enough, everybody has a breaking point. Even me. Everybody has a breaking point, but the main thing is you got to fire the warning shots. You got to be fair about it. You got to fire the warning shots. And I fired the warning shots to Barry Jordan. I certainly did. And look where he wound up and what's going on with him now. I fired these shots for all to see and hear. He did not abide by my request, and that's why I took it as far as I did to answer your questions as to why I did what I did. I hope that satisfies or satiates your thirst for knowledge and understand why he's in the position he's in now, because he deserved it. I was fair about it. I fired those proverbial warning shots. It was fair. It was fair. But yeah, I do have a temperament. Absolutely. But don't give me a reason to show my temper. I remember when I was married, Jesus Christ, man. I don't know, she did something that really pissed me off. I don't know what it was. I never lay a hand on a woman ever, She caught me in a bad mood, and all she had to do was see my eyes. She looked in my eyes, and if a picture could tell a story, my eyes told a big story, and she shut the fuck up. Of course, she knew I would never touch her. I would never do that. I don't beat up women. I don't do that. But all I have to do is show my eyes. And if eyes could fucking kill you, she was laying on her deathbed. It's better you show your eyes than to show your fist. You don't want to do that with a woman. You don't want to do that with anybody, really. And you shouldn't. Hold back until you can't hold back anymore. But definitely don't beat up a woman. Don't ever touch a woman. There is a code, basically, among Italians, actually. You don't beat up on your women. And when somebody, whether they're related to you or not, finds out that you beat up on your wife, just like you remember on the, what was it? Was it Godfather? Which one was it? Well, this guy was beating the shit out of his wife. So what was it? The brother of the wife came over and he beat the shit out of that motherfucker. In fact, he eventually got killed. Don't fuck with family is the message. Never fuck with family. And people take it so lightly on here. Of course, behind their protective environment, all these threats, and they talk about your family and all that. And who was it that said on the show recently, Was it Jay? Big Mouth Jay, but little short Jay? Was it him that said that when Frank gets deported, we should all get together on YouTube and do a chain on her, if you know what I mean by that? A chain bang on her. Dude, let me tell you something. I'll make this directly to you, Jay. You're welcome to come here any fucking time you want. Any fucking time you want. And I'm not going to run the house. I'd like some of these people to say some of the shit that they said about me or Gilda to our faces. I challenge anybody to do that and see what the result is going to be. I don't care if it's by stone, by baseball bat, by rock, by stick, by my own fucking fists. I guarantee you this frail old man, you might be surprised what this frail old man can do. Because you know why? Because frankly, I don't give a shit. I consider my age, and I think, what do I got to fucking lose? If I died in the process, I died in the process, but I died with honor. If I got the shit beat out of me, I got the shit beat out of me with honor. I fought back. I fought the law, and the law won. Well, unfortunately, the law usually does win. That's why you don't want to engage in activity like that. But don't, put your money where your fucking mouth is what I say. You got to beef with me for whatever reason, because I outsmart you, because I'm always 2 steps ahead of you, because I've always proven myself right, and that really bothers you, and I hit a nerve somehow. And you want to take it up with a frail citizen to put a notch on your belt and see how tough you are, that you got 6 packs, and you got big guns on your arms. Really, that's cowardice right there. Anybody who would even try to beat up a, quote, senior citizen, they're cowards to begin with. So they deserve to beat out of them. Whether it's by my hands or somebody else's, don't matter. By stick or by stone. They deserve to have the shit beat out of them. If they have an attitude like that, I heard some people say, I don't know about me. Well, come on. Barry roll here and say, come on, come on, come on, come on. No, I'm telling you, come on, do it. Do it and just, amuse yourself and amuse me and see what happens with that. You gotta have a sense of humor sometimes, over all this. Because it would be humorous and it would be fruitless to ever do anything like that with me. Especially when they have laws out here that, as they do in America, if you are a senior, there's like extra damages on you. And do you really want to wind up in a prison like Barry Jordan? I don't think so. Out here, if you really did something wrong. It's better than the biggest, baddest, badass fist in the world when you have to find yourself in a fucking prison. I don't think you want that. With that being said, yeah, Stillman is all talk. He will never come to your place. He's welcome to. Regent says, Jay Stillman is seriously insecure about his height. It's hilarious hearing him rationalize his height, comparing it to you and Barry. Yeah, it was hilarious. I heard the whole thing on there. Jay has had some incidences, I remember, where he never met up with people he was supposed to meet up. He went in the other direction, or he went back to Australia, left Cebu. Hey, look, I can't stop anybody. They got a beef with me. They know where I live. Everybody and their grandmother knows where I live. It's been put out everywhere. Come one, come all, Come all ye faithful. It's a matter of doing it instead of talking about it. You know where I live. I don't have a problem with that at all. If that's something you want to do, if you think I did something that wrong to you, that you want to come over here and beat the shit out of me, well, I can't stop you from doing that. But I can assure you there would be consequences that you're not going to think the effort was worth it after that, one way or another. Because I am a crazy motherfucker, I will tell you that. Baseball bat, stone, fist, whatever. I don't care what it is. It'll be utilized, no matter how fucking big you are. Then there's the reward. Beating up an older man. Oh, that looks good on your resume, doesn't it? I'm so big and strong, look at my guns on my arm, look at my six-pack. I'm big and bad, look at my height. You ain't gonna win against me, motherfucker. You're an old, frail man. Oh, you might be right. You might be totally right. Beat the living snot out of me. But you're gonna have to knock me out or kill me, one or the other. Whatever comes first. To complete your mission, because I am relentless as a motherfucker. And as long as I have breath in my lungs, I'm not gonna stand there. I'm gonna do some damage. Even if I don't win, I'm gonna do some damage. I'll guarantee you it. You know why? Because I'm at that point, I don't give a shit. If you triggered me, you don't want that. You would have to kill me, or at least knock me out. Whatever comes first or whatever. Because I'm relentless. I'm like that tick that keeps on wanting to jump on your skin and suck your blood. Knock me out already. Do it quick. Or kill me, whatever. But you would make an enemy for life. And I would be so relentless against your ass. Legally and any other fucking way. That's the uncontrolled part of me. My life is pretty controlled, but push me to a certain point. Everything has a point. There's a dew point, there's a breaking point, to everything. You got a fever, it goes over a certain degree, you're going into dangerous territory. You go into convulsions or something, or have a seizure. Me, I'm a walking fucking seizure when it comes to something like that. You try to put damage against me or anybody I love, you're going to see a whole different person than you see over here on YouTube. It's called putting your money where your mouth is. You could tell me anything you want. And the chances are, if you're a lot bigger than me, the chances are that you're probably going to get the best of me if you're quick enough. But don't ever see that thing on the Facebook feed all the time? This guy, he poses as a janitor, goes to these, there's a series of shows. And this guy is like a professional weightlifter. This guy could deadlift, you wouldn't believe. But he puts on some shabby clothes, he's got a big old beard on and a hat, carrying a mop around, and he goes into the gym. These big old fucking bruisers, man. Big old bruisers, man. Showing off their prowess and how they could deadlift this heavy weight. And this guy just makes a fool out of him. And he takes did even a better job than these guys. And comparatively, the guy was not big and big no, but this guy lifting incredible weights freak people out when they see that he could, weight thing and just probably do a better job than these big bruisers. Just don't judge somebody from their age, because you just don't know. Barry Jordan is hell on wheels. Maybe he could kick all our asses. We assume because he's a pipsqueak. You know what I mean? Who knows? Barry Jordan could be hell on if you put a little alcohol in him. And I've heard things about him in a bar, that he has that beer muscle. Of course, you'll wind up getting the shit beat out of him. You put that beer muscle in somebody and they become a whole different person. You just don't know. Barry Jordan could probably kick all of our asses. You just never know. He could be a superhero. He could. Okay. On a slab before you... That's pretty much it with me. That's pretty much it with me. I'd have to be taken out on a fucking slab. Okay, who do we got here? Good morning, Sir Frank. Jay Stillman is a customer in our bar in Cebu. The girls call him Unano? What does that mean? Oh, Mama-san, yeah. Oh, you work at one of those bars that they go to. Jay Stillman is a customer in our bar in Cebu. The girls call him Unamo. What does that mean? Oh, dwarf? Excellent. Par excellent. That's beautiful, man. That's beautiful, Mama San. No, Jay Stillman is actually a really short guy. I haven't met him, to be quite honest with you, but I know plenty of people who have met him. And I think he could be Barry's height or even shorter. You see, what happened on the other day, Kevin's show, they posted a picture. You remember the one of Jay in front of Barry's jail cell when he went to visit him? Barry was behind the bars. And he was about, he was in front of the bars about 5 feet or so. And I don't know if you know anything about photography and all that stuff, but probably not. But, you know, the objects in the foreground will always appear larger than the objects in the background. Okay, if you didn't know that. So Jay appeared to be somewhat taller than Barry. That's just an optical illusion. I mean, for real, you know, that's the way things work. Depth of field, you know, everything in the foreground is always going to look bigger than the background. That's all it was. And Jay's over there rubbing his chest. See, I'm not as small as you think. I'm 5'8". Jay is not 5'8". He's like another Barry. Barry's saying he was 5'8". Barry ain't no bigger than maybe 5'3" on a good day. On a good day. Barry is short. And if you saw the TGIF thing, people saw that. I remember them making comments on. He looks like a little gremlin. He was leaning over with his hunchback at the bar. Then when he got up, they couldn't believe it. How short he was. They knew he was short, but they didn't know how short he actually was. I had a photo of me and, you know, when Hagante came over. Of course, Hagante, you know, jumps fence all the time. Barry's definitely taller than Frank. He didn't say that before, but now. In front of my front gate, the other house I used to live. We were standing together, and I was towering over Barry. Towering over Barry. Well, I don't call it towering, but I was certainly well above his height. So, you know, words don't mean anything. Words don't mean shit. Jay is short. And all you people out there that ever met Jay, you know that as a fact. I haven't met him. I just know that he is from all the people that actually did meet him. And I've seen Jay on certain people's videos when he was hanging at the bar with people, and Jay is absolutely short. There is no question about it at all. I've seen it visually, although not in person. I've seen it visually on the videos. I'm sure a lot of you people have. He's short as a mofo, man. He looks like a product of fetal alcohol syndrome. Jay Stillman has a very strange... He does have a strange... I remember I told you his eyes are so squinty and close together. And I don't know, he holds his cigarette like a woman does when they're smoking. Men don't do that, though. Well, because Jay's a pussy. Maybe that's why he holds his cigarette that way. Jay's all talk and shit. I know there were incidences where he was supposed to meet up with somebody when he came to Cebu, and he never did. He went the other way. When things got challenging, he went back to Australia. Gilda can help you say... Okay, I'll have to ask her. She's in the other room. The creatures of the night. I am one of the creatures of the night. I live among the creatures of the night. Let me tell you something. I never liked my sister's brother. I mean, my sister's husband, excuse me. My brother-in-law. And I was only maybe 15 years old or something, man. He was over our apartment, and I don't know, nobody in my family liked him, really. He's always trying to separate my sister from the family. He eventually did move to Pennsylvania to get his way. My mom didn't like that, nor anybody else. It was purposeful. That's why I never liked the guy. He was a real Guido type, I thought he was. I fucking had it with him for some reason. I actually had a physical fight with him, and I got the motherfucker in a headlock. Me, 15 years old, he was a grown man. Well, no, he was only No, how old does he know about me? 5 years older than me or something? Boy, I gave him a hell of a fucking fight. They had to break us up. My sister was begging, stop it, stop it. I told you, I didn't take shit from anybody. And this is my sister's husband. In all due respect to my sister at the time, I didn't want to take Mario's shit. I told you, I am fucking volatile when I need to be. But my character itself is not volatile. I don't believe in violence. I hate it. I am not an advocate of physical violence at all, but god damn, don't rile me up. Please don't do that. I don't care what age I'm at. I don't give a fuck what age. You know, the way I think now, at my age, I got nothing to lose. I really don't. I mean, at my age, I've lived a fair life, you know, and if I believe in something strong enough, I'm going to go through what I believe in, even if it causes harm to me, which inevitably could. Like I said, I am no superhero. I've never said that on here. I just tell you the truth about I do have a temperament that's absolutely out of control when it becomes to that point. So don't piss me off too much, because you'd be surprised what this frail old man can do. By stick, by bat, by fist, by foot. If I can use it and it's there, I'm going to use it. I'm not going to run away. Fuck. You think I was not serious when I saw Ricky and SNR? You think I was serious? Even though afterwards, you know, it was all calm and collect and cool. I let Ricky know in certain terms, I'm here now. And that happened twice in SNR. On camera. A reason why I shouldn't fucking cold cock you right now. You all heard that. We didn't plan this. It wasn't choreographed. I meant what I said. Now, Ricky's a big guy. And chances are, if he wanted to pound me, he would pound me like a railroad stake in the ground, realistically. But you never know. I didn't care about getting hurt from Ricky. I knew several things. We were in a public place. It wouldn't work out real well for him if he did anything to me. Because I'm an old man and a younger man picking on an older man. That don't sit very well in the legal system. But like I said, there's sometimes I just don't give a shit. You think I speak out when I'm on YouTube? You got to see all the times that Gilda had to come to the control of me. You'd be surprised how many times. She told me to cool my heels down off camera. You have no idea. You have no idea. Only me telling you this now. Yeah. Oh, Don's trying to get away with the yellow tooth syndrome. His nickname is Old Yella because he looks older than a motherfucker. And I showed you the picture of his teeth. He tried to get that taken down. He's got the yellowest teeth I've ever seen. And I really love all the editing that goes on YouTube. They try to depict me with this gnarly looking teeth. Man, my teeth are straight. My teeth they're not perfect, but they're capped. I don't got this gnarly teeth, you know. But, you know, they could do that with editing and it makes them feel good about themselves. I got teeth at least. Look at Ricky. He got that big ass space. You could fit a cigarette. It could be a cigarette holder if he smoked. Put the cigarette in there to rest. Yeah. Look at Don. He's got the yellowest teeth you've ever seen. Look at Barry. He don't really have any teeth. And what he does have on the bottom is all black and rotted. I mean, what is he waiting for? Is it time maybe to take those suckers out before it kills you? I don't know if you know this or not. We're not going to get into a health issue here, I promise. But you could die from having an unhealthy mouth. Those teeth got to come out, the remaining teeth. They're black. They're rotted. Imagine kissing somebody with something like that. Hello, kitty. Duh. Nasty, disgusting. Please, hello. Okay, Yunano. I'll go ask her now. I think she's in the other room. Yunano, or Yunano. Let me ask her. I think she's outside sweeping up some shit. Hey, girls. I live among the creatures of the night. Let me look out the window. Maybe I can get her attention. Gilda, dear, are you out here? Okay, I got a Filipino word.
Wait,
Where are you, babe?
I'm here inside.
Oh, you're behind. Where are you? Okay, thought you were outside. Okay, the Yunano or Unano
Sure.
means short.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, she's defined it. You're Yunano, Jay Stillman. Yunano. I live among the creatures of the night. Okay, gotta see what's on the agenda today. Oh, I got so many appointments, people to see, things to do. A monster lives such an interesting life. The monsters. Because I live among the creatures of the night. Let's see here. Region. Jay Stillman was once roommates. Yeah, I know that. That speaks volumes of his judgment and character. Straight up loser. Can't agree with you more. Oh, they got stories to tell, and I know some of them that I'm not revealing yet on here. I'm waiting a while. You know, I got that boiling point with Jay, okay? I got that boiling point. You just wait. Till the proper time. I'm gonna reveal some shit to you. You probably will believe it. Let's see. Does she know the word bullet? I don't know, she's in the other room now. I don't know what that song's about. I live among the creatures of the night. Sound like Boris Karloff. Don't be afraid, I won't bite your neck. And by the way, I bite too. I don't know how much PSI I have, but I could give a good bite. I'll bite your ear off. It seems to be a famous fighter did that, didn't he? And a famous artist took his own ear off just to prove something. But anyway, look at the thumbnail here, whatever, the background. What are you reading? What does it read to you? What does it say to you, folks? Is there a phone number on there? Tell me what you're reading on here. Bulilit. Okay. Bulilit. These fuckers are all fucking talk. Believe me, the last thing they want to do with the Philippines is to get themselves in trouble. We all know that. They talk the talk, but they don't walk the walk because, they would never do it on their own because they're fucking cowards. But they also know realistically that you don't get in trouble in the Philippines of all places because you really don't want to wind up where Barry is. I don't. But you really don't want to wind up in a place like that. You really don't. The land of the forgotten. The land that time forgot. I think there was a movie, The Land That Time Forgot. You don't want to wind up in that situation in this country. No, you don't. No, you don't. Because the penal system, whatever, the court system is so backlogged. That alone is punishment. But maybe Don C. can't afford toothpaste. Or at least go to the dentist for a cleaning. I do. That's some yellow-ass teeth. That is some yellow-ass teeth. And you've seen the photographs, right? I don't have it on my little quick reference thing here. No, I don't. All right, you read what you read here? I'm going to get rid of that on the screen, if you don't mind. Oh, who showed up here? A face of Republican love. Loser. Loser. He tries so much to be a tough guy. The tats, the whole bit. Scarred up like an old alley cat. I can't even really look at him anymore, to be honest with you. His last statement. Just want to let everybody know that I'm okay and I am fine. So remember, take care. See you guys in a couple of months. Hopefully, even he said that, hopefully. Stillman and Barry are so similar in many ways. Their height, insecurities being one of them. Now, they got the little man complex. Yeah, you know, at my height, yeah, I am considered short. A lot of Italians are, not all of them. You'd be surprised, but no, we never, if we were Norwegian or something, had that kind of ancestry, I'd be a big old motherfucker. My old friend Ron, over in Seattle, he was of Norwegian descent. Boy, what a big motherfucker this guy is. Besides, he worked as a pipe fitter, mechanic. He had hands bigger than my fucking head. Ron was a big guy. You come from Norwegian stock. I mean, they don't grow them small out there. I don't know why. They come from the Vikings, all that. I don't know. It has one thing has to do with another, really. But they're big dudes. Norwegians are big dudes. There's no question about that. Shit, Ron's fucking hands could fit right around my neck. You never want to fuck with Ron, get him mad. Although I'm surprised he didn't kick my ass because I spent a lot of time with his wife. Well, let me explain that statement, okay? Yeah, I got to validate what I'm saying here. He had a wife, Anita, who was absolutely so bubbly. Everybody loved her. Blonde. I used to date his wife's sister, Ryden, and she was from Rogaland, Norway, a town called Sandeid, Sandeid. And they reminded me of the Wilson sisters. One was brunette, one was blonde, and both had, Norwegian backgrounds, whatever, I guess. Hart did, the Wilson sisters, I guess. And everybody loved to spend time around Anita. Everybody did. She was so bubbly and friendly, and she was like family to me, really. I first got out there, I didn't have that many friends, But I didn't realize what I was doing. On a conscious level, I didn't realize. I'd call up, instead of saying to call Ron, talk to Ron, I was Anita there? I understand something. As a married man, you really don't call up somebody's wife, even if you see them as a friend and a family member, whatever. Like, I remember times you get, oh, do you want to speak to Ron? Oh, okay. Of course Ron is going to be pissed off. Of course he is. There was another guy named John who was good friends with them too. And John, and as well as other people, who really was taking with Anita because she had that inviting personality, bubbly. You put her on a dance floor and she went wild. Flip off her shoes, she went wild. I remember once it was in a club that my brother showed up with, Anita. My brother always liked Anita. Anita was so, when she gets drinking, she went and sat on my brother's lap and everything else. I mean, she was so out there, unlike her sister Ryden, the one that I was dating at the time. She was like out there. I mean, out there. Put a little liquor in her. But yeah, the one thing, and I can understand, and it took time to figure this out. Like, I never saw this. Come on, really? I remember I went to the bar. Ron wanted to talk to me. I'll buy you a beer, Frank, Some Norwegian bar in Seattle, in Ballard area that, he'd go to. He goes, I can trust you with Anita, can't I? I said, of course. I never tried anything with Anita. It wasn't like that. And besides, Ron was a... The last person you want to fuck with was Ron Osterhout. The last person you want to deal with is Ron. You're not going to fuck with his woman. I would never do that. I'm not going to fuck with somebody else's woman that way. You know, the guy is big. Dude. You know, big dude. But he was feeling insecure. And you know what? I don't blame the guy. I mean, in retrospect, I look back at this and I say, Frank, what the fuck were you doing? Do you even realize that? She's married. And everybody was, I mean, believe me, it was not just, everybody took to Anita. Not physically in that way, of course. You know when somebody has that bubbly personality, man, you're so drawn to them. She was like that. I liked being around her. Sure, I wanted to bone her at one point if she was not married. In fact, it almost, you know, when me and I was at Ron's place in Seattle, and he said, I met these Norwegian chicks, man. Now come over here, man. Get to meet one of them. Well, they were up for grabs at who was going to get who, and who gravitated to who. Well, apparently, he gravitated toward Anita, and that kind of left me gravitating toward Ryden. That worked out okay for a while, anyway. Ron wound up marrying Anita. Well, no, me and Ryden weren't together too long, but that's how it wound up. But Anita was definitely somebody you wouldn't mind kind of sort of hooking up with, if you know what I mean. To get my vernacular. She was. Because, you know, Ryden, good gal at the time, but she just didn't have that kind of bubbly personality. A little bit introverted. But if you got her going or something, she'd be hell on wheels. I mean, it was kind of a thing where, you know, before she was even married to Ron, Anita, I'd be over their apartment visiting Ryden, and he's had a little room there with a curtain. I used to stay there with Ryden, have our privacy. But in the morning, you know, Anita's bed, it was kind of, what a weird situation. I'm over there after Anita was up. We go jump on Anita's bed and lay on there. Then Anita would come there and just lay down with us. I'm in between these two beautiful Norwegians, man. Blonde and a brunette. And it was a moment I started to get a little feisty. A little feely-weely I was trying to with Anita. She wasn't married at the time. She had a boyfriend, Ron, but didn't go anything beyond that. I can't do that, Frank. But she enjoyed me trying. But then Ryden saw that, and I guess she didn't think it was too funny. I guess everything went kind of downhill at that point. Got me on that? Yeah. Regent says, who cares how tall anyone is? Own it. To let it bother you shows how walk these clowns are. Believe me, man, no matter what my age is, I don't care how old I am. I am not, you know, as I said, I don't advocate violence at all. I detest it. But let me tell you, if chips are down, you have to do something, I'll do something. I don't care what it is and what the consequences are. A man's got to protect himself or the people he loves. Now, Jay himself has made a lot of rude statements about Gilda. And I'm going to give you a personal invitation, Jay, anytime you fucking want. If you want to say some of those derogatory comments about Gilda, that you're telling people you want to do a chain on her once Frank gets deported. Oh, that hit. I heard it. I remembered it. There's things I don't forget, Jay. You are welcome anytime if you want to visit Bantayan Island. Put your money where your mouth is. Come over to my house. Come over. It's an invitation. Come over and say that shit to Gilda or me. I double dog dare you, triple dog dare you, Jay, and see how far that gets you. You heard it all. It's an open invitation on here for a little miniature Jay Stillman, the guy who punched in the shower. The guy who holds a chick. The fucking badass alcoholic that he is. The coward that he is. Calling you out, Jay. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm calling you out. Mofo. I'm calling your ass out. Do it. Add a little more excitement in my otherwise boring, dull life. On an island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. This dusty island. Make my day, punk. There you go. There you go. Got an invitation, Jay. Unless you want an engraved invitation, we'll provide that too. Stop trying to be a tough guy on YouTube, Jay, because you're not. You're not. You wouldn't face anybody on here. And you wouldn't take the chance to do it anyway. Because you don't want to wind up where Barry is, I guarantee you. You wouldn't be able to drink or smoke those fags that you smoke. That would kill you alone. Living in his mommy's basement. Come on, the Bitcoin millionaire that he claims he is. Living with his mommy? You mean to tell me, as much money as you claim you have, you're a Bitcoin millionaire, that you have to live with your mommy? Your mommy? That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing, Jay Stillman. That's embarrassing. Living with your mommy at your age? You're like over 50 years old or something, right? You're living with your mommy? If you got all this money, why do you need to live with your mommy? That is embarrassing. Would you all agree? Totally embarrassing. So put your money where your mouth is, Stillman. You know where I fucking live. See how far that gets you. You won't be leaving this town, this island. You will not be on a ferry getting back. There's going to be a lot of in-between stuff that goes on before your ass can get on a ferry to go back to Cebu. I'll make sure of that. To live among the creatures of the night. All these tough guys on here, man. I'm going to beat up an old man. Oh, that shows your prowess as a man. Gee, what effort can that be? Well, it could be quite an effort, don't get me wrong. You never know. But that's the whole thing. You never know until you try it. And that's going to be a red badge of courage to these people. Hey, I beat up an old man. Oh, really? Wow. How'd you do that? How much older was this guy than you? And you mean this guy beat your ass? Or the other way around? Either way, it don't matter. It's embarrassing for somebody to pick on an old, frail man like me. I gotta go look in the mirror again. I gotta weigh myself again. I gotta see how frail I am this morning. It's an easy word to use. Frail. What does it really mean? I mean, what does it really encompass when you think about that word? Really, I'm serious. What does that encompass? Frail. Okay, whatever, you know. All I could finish off by saying is that talk is cheap. You know where I live. You got a beef with me, just get it over with. Whether you kick my ass or I kick your ass, just get it over with. Do it. I'm not going to hide in the house, I guarantee you. I'm not going to hide in the house. I'll come out, just like I did with Brevis. No, I didn't wait 60 minutes, as he claims, before I came out. That wasn't the case at all. I did come out. I said, who the fuck are you? That's exactly what I said. I said, who the fuck are you? Those are my words. Who the fuck are you? Oh, I'm your biggest fan. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. The minute I heard those words, I said, I got a Clint Eastwood movie here. I think you know the name of the movie. Play Misty for me. Wow. I mean, wow. That said it all. That said it all. I've been following you since day one. When you first came on here, Frank. I'm your biggest fan. Holy shit, I thought to myself. Holy shit. Uh-oh. Do I really want to bring this guy in my house? Well, when he came over with his girlfriend, I allowed that. But should I have done that? But man, I figured that shit out real quick. Real quick. Real quick. The guy was a fanatic. One of those crazy fans of mine. Really, that guy hung on every word of mine. Historically. Can you imagine that? How sick that is? How absolutely sick that is? Wow. Hold on. Oh my God. He calls it crunchy ass cereal, man. There's different dried fruits in here. Wow. Well, anyway, I said quite a mouthful. Literally. You got a problem with me? Fuck with the petitions, fuck with this and that. Oh, by the way, you want to have a good laugh? You want to have a good laugh? Let me tell you what I found out. Hold on. I'm crunching my cereal. I have a list of some of the people who got together and were trying to put a petition against me to get me deported. And let me tell you how legitimate it was. Some of the names. Dead Al, meaning my dead brother. Okay? One of them. And some phony names. And 21 people put their signatures on a petition against me. 21 people. And some of them were the same, going with different names. They were all non-legitimate names, except for, Don C was on there, I think Popeye, and then all these non-legitimate names, corny or comical names that they put on there. Dead Al and stuff like that. Yeah, I found out all this information. Funny than shit. Nobody other than sha-na-na-na-na, when the skies are gray, put in a complaint against me. And what they did throw in was a list of 21 people, all with bogus or comical names, and they were expecting the Board of Immigration to take it seriously. I don't have the list in front of me, or I'd show you it. Funnier than shit. You know, here's the thing. Immigration is smarter than you think they are. They know a legitimate complaint and when one is not. And when you cannot, which is required to provide accurate and proven information as to who you are, name, everything. They don't take it seriously. Which upon this list that I had gotten a hold of. At least give you real names. And most of that list was just a bunch of made up names that pertain to something supposedly quite comical. There you go. Are you up this evening, Robert? Oh, he was one of them. He was one of them on that petition. It was a petition. He was one of them. Of course he was. Don C. also. And they expected the immigration to take that seriously. Well, that petition was rejected, by the way. For your information. Okay, I'm done. Region. Oh. Anyway, you know what? I'm not trying to be a tough guy on here. I'm not at all. I'm just telling you like it is, that's all. I can't do much more than that. There's a lot of logic in the things I talk about on here. Some may see it as such or whatever, or maybe something else, but it's all really just logic. People like to pull your chain all the time. Or they think they're pulling you, try to make you think that they're pulling your chain, It doesn't always work. But you wait and see. I'm just waiting for the right time. Our little boy Jay. Because I know shit about him that I will release. And I know a few things about Barry too. In relation to Jay. Someday I will release that information. It's not the time right now. I'll know when it's time. Wait for a few things to clear over. Then it's all, I'm game. That's right. Okay, well anyway, the dialogue is kind of slowing down. I think I've been on here long enough, an hour and 47 minutes. Oh, I'm going to do a Barry, hold on. Oh, sorry about that, folks. Hey, the weather's going to be divine in Bickerton today. It's going to be absolutely divine. Throw the boy a lifesaver. No, they don't sell that candy out here, do they? They don't sell lifesavers. Throw him a safety net or something. Get a helicopter. You guys got money. Put a rope down and get him out of that goddamn place. Better yet, put your fucking money together, since you think he's such a charming person with redeeming values. Get him out of that place. I gotta get out of this place. It's the last place I'd ever want to be. I gotta get out of this place. He's probably singing that song right now if he remembers it. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. Has Barry had enough punishment as his reward? Well, according to what side of the fence you stand on, I guess. I think he deserves everything that comes to him. I honestly believe that. For a while there, I was thinking a little bit, when I had a soft spot going. It didn't last very long. All I had to do was listen to one of his shows to reinforce me how I feel about the guy and what I think he really deserves. He has to be knocked down a number of notches. That's his problem, man. I just don't think that's ever going to happen. I just don't think so. He's driving his girlfriend to drinking now. Everything has this cataclysmic effect. Do you notice that? Everything has a cataclysmic effect, doesn't it? Doesn't it? She puts this fucking report on me, and now she's starting to drink. Now her eyes are opening up finally that there is no future with Mr. Barry Lee Jordan. There is no future. Duh! When, George, did she figure this out? Why did it take such a long time? Why? I don't know, Jerry. Some people, I guess, are just like that. Ask Elaine. Maybe I will. Some people just don't wake up and smell that Copaco coffee that they like to drink out here. When did she figure it out? So now, she's taking to drinking, according to what she's been putting on in her shows. Clearly, she's sending a message. Help me, help me, help me. Remember the movie The Fly? With Mr., Vincent, the actor, Help me. When he had that transporting machine, but unfortunately the guy got in there, but a fly got in there. So when he got transported to the other chamber, he wound up coming out as a fly with a human head on it. And the guy's sitting on a bench out there, and the fly comes there, the fly with a little human head saying, help me, help me. You see what I'm talking about here? Do you understand what I'm saying, how things turn out for people? They try to do the most horrible things to other people, but then it turns on their ass so bad that they wish they never did it because the consequences that follow. It's like the law of nature, my friends. It's the law of nature. The law of nature. Goes around, comes around. Hee-haw. Now, she's realizing that it's all over. Oh, sure. She put in a false complaint on me. Right? She feels real good about herself with that. Being the devout Catholic that she is. Practicing Catholic that she is. She feels real good about herself. But I kind of wonder how she's feeling right now. Ask yourself, was it worth it? No matter what happens, was it worth it? Now, I'm losing my honey. I'm losing my honey. Never going to have a relationship. Never going to be able to have a relationship again. Because this future, it's not in the cards. She played the wrong cards. Okay? Now she's questioning her drinking now. You saw the video. She put it still on there. Go look. I don't make this shit up. She's taking to drinking. Is she suddenly realizing what a mistake she made with Barry? Finally? Like, hello, kitty. Wake up. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up. Wake up, little Shanana. Wake up. What did it take to wake you up? What did it take to wake you up? Surely you know everything this guy's done, but you still want him? Hello? Anybody out there? Yeah. Now she's realizing what she did was wrong. No matter what the outcome of that complaint is, she knows what she did was wrong. And it's highly hypocritical because you're this good little Catholic girl, Filipina, right? And you're going to do something so horrible to try to defame, degrade another man because of your allegiance to a total fucking loser. Tell me, was it worth it as you think about it now? Come on. Was it worth it? Ask yourself that question. Now you're taking to drinking? Oh my God. The levels, like Kramer said, the secret of life, Jerry, is levels. Well, like Kramer said, there are levels. And you're on one of these levels now. How does it feel to know that you lied on a legal complaint to the Department of Immigration? How does it feel? What did you get out of it, really? To try to satisfy a boyfriend that you will never have a relationship in the future ever again, and probably will never be able to see him the rest of your life? Wake up, little Susie. Wake up. Wake up. Smell the roses, but they're wilted. Just like your relationship with Barry. It's wilted. It's gone. Finito. It's over. The end. Finite. Face that reality. How do you like that reality, sweetie? How do you like that reality? You made a mistake putting in a false report on me. And let's see where this goes. And let's see what happens afterwards as a result of your ill-fated effort. Devious, horrible thing to do to satisfy a total fucking loser. Hey, you make the choices in life. We don't make it for you. But you made a bad choice with that complaint. I'm telling you. I'm just telling you like it is, man. One way or the other. Your time will tell. You made a bad choice for a good little Catholic girl that you are. I hope you don't go to church anymore. Because you may turn on fire. Fire? Da-da-da. Don't play with fire if you don't want to get burned. And you're going to get burned. You already did. After all the effort, you're a lover boy. You're a lover boy. He's in the pen. He's in the pen. And he's eventually going to get deported. Never to be able to come back to this country again. And you'll never be able to go meet him halfway anyway. He's not even going to be able to come into Asia. What's it all about? Alfie? What was this effort all about? You have to ask yourself that question. What was it all about? What did you get out of this? After all your effort to help Barry, and even if it worked, what are you going to get out of this? You lost a boyfriend. No future. But that charming gentleman. I remember when they all came to Barry's cell, and she was there with Biggie and Biggie's harem members, and she's on camera looking, yeah, I know. Biggie's wife is comforting her. I know. Thank you for your help. And she's all somber. And then they posed the camera over to Barry with his tattoos and bald head, tiny stature that he does have in his cell. What drives a woman? You know, it's one of those to each his own type of things. But what drives a woman to degrade herself in that way, to want to be with a total fucking loser who has nothing to offer, would never have anything to offer, and he's in and out of trouble all his life? Damn! That's my show. I skipped a few days and felt guilty. Gotta admit it, I felt guilty. I had to survive a recording of Paul in the Philippines show when he had this guest on who claims that, I don't know, he has more money than $600 a month coming. He's on a budget of $600. Okay, whatever. And how you could do that in Makati? I'm not sure about that. Although I'm not an expert on Makati. I gotta be distracted. That's one of the ways I have to do on my treadmill, as I'm doing right now. As I said, I got lazy. Didn't even put my sneakers on, as I call them. It's really not good to wear slippers. In fact, my timing is terrible because I'll probably have to hit the CR. Yeah, but here I am. Yeah. Yep. I have to reach at least 2 miles for me to be happy after not being on this treacherous machine for a couple of days. Well, I wouldn't be done yet because I got the exercise bike and I worked my legs. A man's got to do what a man's got to do. Instead of the complaints about the exercise room being so hot, well, I just opened the door to the room, turned on the air conditioner full blast, got some fans going, circulate some air into this room. There was no excuse. Right away, I hit my hand. They're 20-pound weights, and they're more than adequate. Thank you very much. More than adequate. No, I'm not trying to be an athlete, an atlas here. Just trying to health and so forth. Tiny bit of muscle tone to kind of keep the whole thing going. Sometimes, yes, I admit, you got to force yourself to do some things because there's always going to be an excuse why you don't want to get on the treadmill and the bike. There's always an excuse. Oh, it's too hot. I don't feel like. Oh, later on. But you got to grab the bulls by the horn if you're ever going to continue doing this. So just don't do it. And just, to not doing it. But I feel a little bit guilty if I don't. Especially on a really on doing a hell of a lot of outdoor activities. So if you're not planning on doing a lot of outdoor activities, you better do some indoor activities. Look, you got the equipment. Not like a major gym or nothing, I wish. Wish I had the space, but I don't. But you utilize what you got. That's the whole idea. So I got a treadmill, got a stationary bike here, Got some hand weights, some other little gizmos and gizmos. So you utilize it. Then of course, I already did my hand weights. I should have really done that after the treadmill here, but I already did that. So now, after all this, I have to do at least 50, 45 degree push-ups, then do another 50 maybe later on in the afternoon. So I can get at least 100 in of the 45 degree. Not bad for a guy turning 70, I guess. Although you'd be surprised. People a lot older than me, what they do, and I'm absolutely astonished. But then, these guys were pretty much athletes most of their life. They were. And they just continued. But according to how much activity these old-time, some of it is definitely beneficial, but some is not. Because if they're runners and so forth, that could be wearing out their joints. I know. There's always a negative to the positive somewhere when you're trying to do, you're trying to do good for yourself. Always something. Of course, I was such in a hurry, I didn't even put my proper shoes on to do this. I just said, look, if I'm going to do this, Do it. Don't think twice. Don't think twice. Just do it. Just do it. So I got to get up to at least 2 miles on here. 4.5 on the speed. I've been on here 17 minutes, 35 seconds. Mileage is a little over a mile, so I got at least a mile to go for this morning. There you go. I don't have to feel so guilty. And I do. I have a guilt complex when it comes to this. I can't push healthy things and stuff if I don't practice. Of course, the smoking, of course, the biggest bugaboo. And I have no problem talking about that. But other than cardio that is going to save your life, lungs and heart, if you happen to be doing something like that, well, this is what you do. You could actually counteract some of that crap. For real. Because you can't sit around all day. I don't care how hot it is out there, man. You know, you get out there in the early morning, you get out toward the end of the day when it's cooler, and then you really don't have any excuse. But a lot of people my age, they make this excuse all the time. I don't want to make these excuses anymore. You can only be sedentary so much. So much. I mean, if you're going to do something, just do it. And I say that to everything, and you know what I'm talking about. So, the next step after this will be to hit my little broken down but workable stationary bike. .11 in miles. We still got a ways to go. So I'm only going to do 2 miles this morning. That's it. Because I'm doing other stuff. I'm going to do some stuff on the bike. We're only going a speed of 3.5. Normally, if I've been working with this, I would set it to 4.5 miles per hour. But this morning, because I've been being a bad boy and haven't been working on this can't talk because you're even shorter than Barry. Well, you might be just up to his height level. Pardon me, I'll give you a break on that. Yeah. What does this say here? Good till first 23rd. Anybody know how long an open bottle of pesto, glass bottle of pesto, can last in a refrigerator? Covered, of course. Is it safe to use after a week or so or more? So before I eat the rest of this ravioli, kind of like to know. Otherwise, I'll just take this ravioli and just wash it out and get all that pesto off it. But before I even have another one, I mean, it was like a 75% full jar of this. It wasn't like it's almost empty, but Hugo, any opinion on that? You're the only one that's actually writing at the moment. Do you have any idea? I have this bottle of pesto, and you know, it's 75% full. It smells good. I've had it in the refrigerator for well over a week or more. Maybe a lot more than a week. You think that's still safe?
What the?
The pesto.
Yeah, because still in the
It's in the fridge,
refrigerator.
right?
Huh?
It's in the fridge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should be good. You just have to keep it.
Well,
Does it smell?
Yeah, this.
you could open it up and look at this.
Yeah, it's okay for that.
Yeah, it should be good.
Because you cannot use all this presto for one time. Yeah, like this.
I saw a little white in there I took up, but that could have been from touching it with something else.
I think
Ah,
that's
maybe.
the oil.
That one is the oil.
That smells okay?
Yeah. Just
Okay.
put little bit.
Well, I got it on the
Because very
table.
strong.
Grab a bowl. Grab a bowl.
Very strong this one, so that's why you can do.
Case closed. Frank's taller than Bummer
I'm taller
and
than.
even better looking. There you go. Store-bought pesto, yes, in a jar. It's been well over a week or more in the refrigerator. It was opened up. Didn't put too much in here, just for taste and some olive oil and what have you. And yeah. So I don't want, you know me, I don't want to get sick on something, you know. That's the last thing I want. Store-bought, yeah. Bomber's about 5'3". I met him once in a bar back in 2007, yeah. Case closed, Frank's taller than Bummer and much better looking. There we go, folks. Proof, proof, proof. You know, shitheads like Big E and people like that are always saying, oh yeah, Frank, Bummer's a lot taller than Frank. And even Mick Fisher was saying that. But they know who's taller. They're just trying to pull my chain. That's all it really is. When did they ever tell the truth about anything? I mean, when historically have they ever told the truth about anything? Oh yeah, we all have that resolution. Got it in our hands right here, right here. Got it in our hands right here. Yeah, sure you do. Okay, I don't normally eat pesto a lot, but I had to add some flavor to this ravioli. It's a cheese ravioli, you know. No, Barry really is short. And if you ever seen him over at TGIFs, I mean, you would have known that right away. You would have known that right away. He's a short fellow, man. Oh,
What?
get the grated Parmesan cheese. There's a new bottle of that. Okay, you're saying store-bought would be okay. All right. Take your word on that. I'll be throwing my ass up later on. I hope not. Lovely picture, isn't it? What do you say, Big E? What do you say, Mick Fisher? What do you say, Popeye? What do you say, Don C? And what do you say, Mr. Cox, C-O-X, Chubby Cox.
Sila close.
Oh, what do you say to that, folks? Picture tells a story. Yeah, a lazy day watching Predator, a different version of Predator on TV, which of course I've seen before. But we had a good family day. Family day. We had the whole family practically in here watching, believe it or not, Japanese animation. It was about a fish that, wanted to be human after a while. It was actually very well done, and it was also very educational. And we all sat, and when it was over, we all clapped. We all clapped. That's family stuff. I think you almost need cheese on there. I don't know. So if we both get sick later on, we'll know why, right?
No.
Me, I'm kind of funny about that stuff. I really like something fresh. Something's been laying in the refrigerator for a while, I say throw it out. Because the best thing to do, when you buy a bottle of something that's refrigerated, just use it. Use it in one session or whatever you need to do. Rather than, keep it in there for a set period of time. We were debating on Discord, do you own an Apple Watch? An Apple Watch? No. What would make anybody think I was owning an Apple Watch?
It's Apple Watch, Blueberry Watch.
A Blueberry Watch? Or do I own Ricky's girlfriend's Apple's watch? I don't know. Oh, it's a watch, not a phone. No.
Cellphone.
I wouldn't spend on an Apple Watch? No. I have one of those watches that can tell how many steps you take, the time, that kind of stuff. Snooze, whatever, how long you sleep. And I have a regular watch, which is, not a really expensive watch, but it's nice. That Gilda had given to me. I wear that. But no. I'm not going to spend on, an Apple Watch? Maybe that does all the doodads and internet and all that shit? Nah. I don't buy into that stuff.
Close.
This is high carbs on this meal, I'll tell you that. High carbs. There's no tomato sauce in here, folks. I mean, there's not even white sauce in here. Olive oil, pepper, a little bit of oregano, a little sauteed garlic, black pepper, and we put a touch of this pesto sauce in there. So, there you go. Oh, and, also a little bit of grated Parmesan cheese on top of it. Okay, so have we solved this mystery? Who is taller? Who is taller? Sorry, Mick. Sorry, Big Ego. No cigar. Damn, I hate being right all the time. Oh well. Better to be right than wrong, right? Look how small. Look at the little twerp he is. Big mouth and a tiny little fucker. And I'm not a big guy, and that's a small guy. That's a small motherfucker. Of course, now he's just fatter. But I think he's going to lose weight where he is now. Oh, yeah. I don't know, unless he's just going to be eating everything out of the little commissary store. But I would venture to say that if you want to lose weight, go there. No doubt. Well, if you don't wind up losing weight just from being sick, being in there. No, it's not a funny place, folks. It's not a funny place. No, at all. For anybody. Not one bit. Here's this store. Howdy, folks. Frank Towers over Barry. Oh, yeah. There you go. Please, screenshot it. Everyone. There's no question anymore. Screenshot it. Because I don't know how long I'll keep it on. I mean, I'll always keep the photograph, but screenshot it. Do it. Do it. Oh yeah, howdy folks. Does that sound familiar? Howdy folks. You know, I can't even listen to that guy's fucking voice. I can't. You know, I told you about that visceral effect type shit, you know? The guy, you know what I'm talking about? The ego mindset. I can't stand his fucking voice. Hey, I'm just telling you the truth. It does create a visceral effect for me. It really does. Howdy, folks. The Love Doctor. Fuck you. He knows nothing about love. He knows nothing about love. Everything has to do with money. If you got the money, honey, I got the time. We'll go honky-tonkin'. We'll have a real good time. Isn't that what it is, folks? Flash the cash. Flash the cash and see who bites that hook. See what Filipino bites that hook. Copy the photograph. Copy it. Copy it. Use it for future reference. Now that we sealed the deal on that story, what else you got, trolls? I still want to see the one where I had this 8-year-old boy sitting on my lap in Hawaii that Popeye claims. I've yet to see that video. I've also yet to see a video where I was calling Barry's girlfriend a whore, a prostitute. I haven't seen that one either. And I've yet to see the video where I was actually threatening Barry's girlfriend's life. So where are these videos? And I've yet to see a real resolution pop up on here. How about that? In other words, there's nothing real on YouTube. Except Amazing Philippines. Can't get more real than Rod. Rod is the man. Speaking of Rod, the one thing I have noticed about Cebu condos and stuff, they're so small. You go to some other countries, let's see, Malaysia, different countries, they have huge rooms for really cheap prices. What you get in Cebu is a closet, basically. The best place that we stayed is one place that you saw last time when we were in Cebu. It was in a building that actually used 2 units to create that one good-sized unit. And they had a very good quality king-ass-size bed. King-size bed. Some newer furniture, kind of black lacquered, you know. Very nice, very nice. You know, couches were nice, they were okay. You know, an adequate table and 4 chairs. Microwave, good-sized refrigerator. That was okay. But Cebu is not known to get your best pesos worth if you're going to rent a condo or something. It's just really not worth it. What is that, the cat? It's just not worth it, man. Of course, you want to stay at the higher end, but I noticed, the one thing about these private owned, what is that? It's got to be a cat in the distance. Of course, my dog is investigating. One thing I have noticed about them, these privately owned ones, they don't put any money into it at all. They use the cheapest furniture, the cheapest mattresses. They don't spray these places down regularly for crawling insects. You don't know if there's bed bugs on there. I take a precaution no matter where I go. Usually I travel with a backpack or something, and I put my clothes in there. But I'll take my clothes out, put them in a closet. But then I will zip the bag on the backpack, or whatever I'm using on the trip, I will zip all the zippers so that nothing gets in. I don't want to bring a free ride to a cockroach or something home, because then you're going to have a big problem. Or bed bugs, you're really going to have a problem. I don't take those chances. I know these places. There were times I took my own can of bug spray. Now, that's ridiculous to have to do, but they use the cheesiest furniture. And one of the crazy things they do, I will tell you, everybody, come on, it's a fact. You go to a hotel room or condo room, you want to have the TV directly in front of your bed, right? Am I wrong? Right? Because chances are you want to relax on the bed, turn the air conditioner on, you want to watch something on the TV, right? Now, generally, the TV, it makes sense, can be straight in front of you. But I've seen places where, and very common, where they may have this cheap little couch that you don't even want to sit on, and they put the TV over there. When most people prefer, I do anyway, I can speak for myself. I want to see, because that's where I spend my time, on the bed. I want to see the TV directly in front of my bed. I don't have to turn my neck and crick my neck to 10 feet away. There's a TV 8 to 10 feet away. That's ridiculous. I'll just tell them to give me a better room or something. What are you looking for? Oh, are they out already, the front?
Maybe at the back of the washer.
Oh, there's something back in there? Okay, they go where it's moist. Talk about these toads. You'll know where to find them on a hot day. Anywhere that's moist ground. All right, check the picture out, folks. I don't mean to push this into your face, but that's exactly what I'm doing. Look at it and weep. Oh, I know. That's an edited photograph. Oh, okay. You know me, how technical I am, so you know that's going to be edited, right? For sure. That's got to be edited. Sorry to disappoint you, but that's not an edited photograph. Not in any form or way. I just don't have the technical abilities to do editing and all kinds of fancy schmancy shit. I just don't. I'm not really sure about this meal I just ate, to be honest with you. I'm not sure. Everything else was fresh in there, but the pesto sauce, consensus of opinion around the house and otherwise, seems to think otherwise, that, it's probably okay, man. Well, a little too late now because I have consumed it. Being a consumer, I consumed it. Okay, wake me up a little bit, folks. I tell you what, I was watching a kids' movie earlier, but it was good. It was a Japanese animation, but in English, Very complicated. This weird fish. A girl fish, a woman fish, taking care of all this baby fish. I don't know, whatever. And somehow, whatever, wound up in this kid's hands, washed up or whatever. Had a bottle on its head. The kid seen it in the water and took off the bottle. And they became friends and blah, blah, blah. And it was very well done. And the kid, the fish wound up becoming a real person after a while. I don't want, I'm not even giving you the name of the movie, so it don't really matter. But it was actually done very well. And I don't usually watch a lot of animation. But we all agreed it was well done. When it was over, and of course, good endings to all these stories. We actually clapped. We clapped. Family, family, my friends, family. That's what family does. And we were certainly a family today. All intensely watching this animation movie. That's a family. And together we approved. Frank, have you and Gilda ever seen Squid Games? Nah, I don't watch that shit, man. I'm into adventures, action, sci fi, disaster movies. That's what I watch. James Spader, though, and what is he? What is he called? Pennington, or whatever. They're always showing clips of his shows on the feeds here. I did see the series, but I don't think it went into another series, did it? I think so. I have to check that. Brilliant. I mean, the writer was brilliant for that. You know, the movie called Blacklist. It was brilliant. No, I've seen the name Squid Games, but I had no idea what that's all about. When I hear Squid Games, I'm thinking it's an animation of something with a squid or something. I don't know what the fuck. There's probably stuff on there I haven't seen. I just didn't like I didn't like what I saw on the short clip, you know, on the intro or something. But there's some movies that actually surprised me that are actually good. But I love, I mean, I can't help it. I love to watch the natural disaster movies because they pretty much got it covered, pretty much from CO2, you name it, to earthquakes, to tsunamis, to twisters, to hurricanes, volcanoes, and eruptions, aliens. They pretty got it, you know, forget about that's so obsolete and nobody is even interested in zombies anymore. Zombies caused by viruses. But the only good movie with zombies, I think, was Z, the Z movie, you know. I think that was done fairly well. And what's with the I Robot 2 with Will Smith? I started to watch that and it seemed weird, and for the first 10 minutes or so, I don't know, I didn't see Will Smith in there at all. The original I liked, but I felt bad when his German Shepherd died. And we are talking about the same movie now, aren't we? Okay. iBot. Okay. Well, maybe I'll check it out. Maybe I will. Well, I don't feel too guilty today laying around because it was a hot day. But I took care of my exercise shit this morning. And that's what I have to do. I mean, if you have to force yourself, and you should have to force yourself, you should want to do it for yourself, you know. But I'm still not done. I mean, I do my 45-degree kind of like, you know, push-up type things. I'll do another 50 of that probably after this show. There's been a little bit of development on me. There's been a little bit, not a lot. Not like, wow, Frank, you look like a fucking dynamo. No, nothing like that. But I notice things, you know, that you may not notice. And I don't walk around with my shirt off, you know, for first reason I'm so embarrassed because I just don't have any tan at all. Might have a farmer's tan where my arms are darker than the rest of my body, but no. If I had a nice tan color, you know, I could take my shirt off but the sun is just too strong out here. And because I'm susceptible to the possibility of getting skin cancer because I had that in my nose. I just really don't do that. It's better not to. So I'd rather not. So I'll be as white as I am. I'm white. I'm not going to hide it. Why should I hide it? Words don't come easy to me. Well, pictures do. Take a look. Barry in the middle. Look how towering my shoulders come over Barry. Look at that picture right there. Take a look. A good look. And Barry's saying that he's taller than me. And the trolls are saying that he's taller than me. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. If you didn't see this before, you're seeing it now. I had a similar picture, but it didn't show Hagante in it. Can't get any clearer than that. You know, it's Barry with the cigarette in his hand, the bald head, and if you know what Hagante looks like, you know that's him. No questions. Or do I have any questions out there? Any doubting Thomases out there? Okay, good. We got that settled. And when I get the degree, the diploma, I don't know when that's going to happen. We're going to show you that too. We already showed you the letter I got from School of Visual Arts. Of course, they're going to argue that one too, that they're going to put together that diploma for me. Oh, he just edited that. Well, like I told him, there's a name and a phone number on there. Name and a phone number. Call it. Let's see if I made this up. I don't have time for nonsense, folks. I don't make this shit up. Why should I? Are they that fucking jealous of me that I've actually done something in my life? Accomplished something? No, maybe I'm not a world traveler. I envy those that are. I do, actually. But I'm not a world traveler, man. Been all over the United States. I've been in Canada. You know. I've been in Alaska. I've been here in the Philippines. I've had stayovers in other countries, and I guess that counts that I was in these countries. Maybe I didn't walk the streets, but there are numerous countries I had layovers in. And I could technically say I was in those countries. That means I was in Japan. I was in Taiwan. What else? Somewhere else. 2 places in Taiwan. Technically, I've been in those countries. Have I not? Okay, settle that too. What else needs to be settled on here? How big my dick is? Well, that I'm not going to show you. Barry did. He sent me a picture once. Can you believe that shit? Well, it wasn't his. It was like a really expensive looking room somewhere. You see it in the background. And it looked like something out of a porn movie. You know. I don't think his dick is that big, and I really don't give a shit how big his dick is, but don't boast about it if you have a little dick syndrome, you know. Just like he says he's taller than me, so his dick is bigger than everybody else's. Okay. Only his girlfriend would know that. And I don't really care to know the details. Okay, what else you have to say, folks? I'm not going to be on here all night doing a monologue. There has to be a little dialogue here for me to continue, but I'm going to about get off anyway now. I still may have to go to the store. Let's see. I needed a few things. Oh, actually, I got to go to the ATM. Got to see the one-armed bandit, man. I'm broke. That's another thing. I'm broke. That's the other one. I don't know what they want me to do. They want me to take all my money out of the banks and throw it on the bed. They want me to lay in it and just throw it all over my body. I could do that. That's too much of a hassle. Then I got to put all the money together. But that's not what I'm not going to have to prove. I'm not going to take all the money out of the banks and show you how much we have. You could stuff a mattress with all the fucking money we got. Tons of pesos. Tons, I tell you. Boy, Barry would have a heyday with that, let me tell you. He'd be buying booze like there's no tomorrow and getting back into... Oh, wait, he says he's going to get back into smoking. I don't know. Can you smoke in that jail? I heard you can, because that's contraband. I heard that they confiscate things like phones and cigarettes, shit like that. Have you ever seen any, I don't think I've seen anybody smoking in those videos you'll see on YouTube about these prisons out here. I don't think so. Oh, he got away with a lot of shit over Mandawi, man. That was overkill what he got away with. But I assure you, from what I know, it's not like that in, over in the Bikitan prison. It's not like that at all. That's called contraband. And you go to take any prescription medicines, you're going to have to Definitely showed a prescription. And if they cooperate or not, that's another thing. You might have to pay them just to cooperate to give you that medicine. Not an easy place to be, I'm sure. As I said, certainly I don't want to be there. I'll do everything I can, short of nothing, to make sure that don't happen. But I will tell you, it's not a vacation place, not a bed and breakfast. Although Barry's place in Mandawi was exactly that. Oh yeah, I think Big E was boasting about that. Barry never had it bad. His girlfriend came over and he got laid. He was drinking, eating grab food, eating brisket, had an ice maker, had a monitor, a laptop, a phone, an Xbox console. Yeah, coffee maker. Oh, yeah, he had it pretty good over there. He don't have that now, I'll guarantee you that. No, 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 no. You don't have that now, my friends. Not even close. Not even close. As Barry said, just wanted to let everybody know I'm okay. I'm fine, cocky as he is, he would say that. So remember, care. He cares, he's a caring person. See you guys in a couple of months. Hopefully, he says. Hopefully, yeah. Yeah, you got that right. But either way, there we go. What a fine young lad. Fine young lad he is. He looks like a jailbird, doesn't he? I mean, everything about him. He's not experienced, though. Everything about him. His bald head, his little makeshift goatee there, his tats, all that. I mean, he fits the billing. He would fit in. He fits in a prison real well. He has that seasoned prison look, doesn't he? Now, this ugly guy. Oh, he'd be thrown around in a chain in prison. They'd like to get his lily white ass. This guy. You can't do that to me. I was in the Navy. I was in the Navy. Yeah, that's going to chase them ass chasers away. I'm sure it will. Poops. And what is this here? This was a confirmation of something here. Words don't come easy for me, but pictures do. Pictures do. Oh, that was the order. Ah, for him to be put into the facility in prison. Bureau of Immigration. There you go. I make all this shit up, right? Frank lies. That's all they say is Frank lies about everything. What? What have I lied about? George, am I a liar? No. Jerry, you're not a liar. You tell the truth, Jerry. Okay, time to get off because when the dialogue dies down, it's time to say adios. Just wanted to put that picture up. I'm sure you've all copied it. And we could settle that argument as to who is taller than Barry Lee Jordan. And it's obviously me. Now remember, the embarrassment of all this. I mean, I'm not a tall guy at all. And if Barry is shorter than me, he's a little fucking gremlin, man. It's a gremlin. That's short. But no, he's a tough guy. It's a tough guy. He's a real tough guy. Somebody's excited to see me on before they even registered as one viewer. There was a thumbs up. Must be an avid viewer. I don't go on the slate normally. It was you, Sofa King. Okay, right on. Hope you like the new title of my show. The new title of the show. Here comes more. Life of a non Filipino in the Philippines. I think that's a good title. Just that's kind of what goes on. I'm a non Filipino and I'm living in the Philippines. That makes sense. Hello, Mark. I'm only here for one reason, Frank, because you're there. Exactly, exactly. I'm never even sure why I am here. Got the last thing I needed to watch is a sci-fi movie about this swarm. It's called with these ants, but they got this intelligence. They take over a whole island. I've seen it before though, but oh god, I need to hear about ants. They are intelligent creatures. Don't kid yourself. A lot more intelligence than most people on YouTube. Okay. You motivated me to eat some fresh fruit today. Right on. I still don't have my blueberries. Now I might have to go to Cebu next week, early next week. I'll pick up some blueberries somewhere when I'm out there. I gotta go back to Cebu. What's your take on Jamba Juice? I never drink that. No, no, it's all sugar. It's all sugar. More people follow Frank advice than they want to admit. Yeah, I think so too. They just don't want to admit it. Hey, look, I don't know about everything. I know a little something about a lot of things. That's the best way to put it. I know a little something about a lot of things. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. So I guess my brain is still functional, I guess. Yeah, this old frail guy. Yeah, that's me. That's me. Jamba Juice. I know what it is. Fruit smoothie, but I don't know. Nah, none of that shit is. In fact, you go to any Dairy Queen or something like that, it's not even real ice cream. I don't want to disappoint you about that. It's a very unique concoction that they make, and that's why it has that creaminess to it. It has structure, but has creaminess, and it's not real ice cream. I hate to blow your minds on that for those that like Dairy Queen to ever have Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen is not even real milk. Big surprise on that. Frank knows more about eating well than most people I know. At least he practices what he preaches. Well, most of the time I do, but not all the time. Not all the time. I feel like ice cream now and then. We went out to get some ice cream last tonight. I didn't eat it though. It was a chocolate with strawberry in it. So a tub of it for the kids. And I got a little ice cream bar, but I didn't eat that tonight. No, no, it's really horrible to hear that most places you eat like Subway sandwich, what they're actually using, even in their bread, believe it or not. It's all cutting costs. It's all about cutting costs. I talked about the Filipinos out here when they run businesses with the oil and how long they use it and not using real cheese and all that stuff. And it's not just here, it's everywhere. Big chain stores, like Dairy Cream and Dairy Queen, whatever you call it, and Subway sandwiches. So it's not all legitimate products they got there and the meats and all kinds of shit. So, I mean, what are you supposed to do? I used to joke around and maybe we should just all eat grass or something, but it's coming down to that, really. It seems that the smartest thing to do, yeah, if you want to live out here, is to buy some substantial land and grow your own organic produce, things like that. That would help. And just know that most places that you go to are it's either loaded with salt or sugar or preservatives. But it's kind of hard to stay away from the preservatives. I wouldn't eat anything if I had to stay away from the preservatives because I do like buying frozen products and they keep fresh longer when they have preservatives. But it's probably one thing that I probably not going to totally get away from, unfortunately. So my diet is not perfect. It's far from perfect, really. Yeah. Well, there's only a few things we have at the house here. We don't have a lot of land, you know. Occasionally some mangoes come out here, and We've got passion fruit, which we grow. We get a lot of that. We make juice out of that. Yeah, passion fruit. It's real sweet. You got to kind of knock it down a little bit. Um, what do we grow that? So sometimes eggplant. She's kind of regrowing that again. I had oregano, but I don't have any more oregano. So basically, there's mango and bananas. But the kind of bananas we have are, well, they're more like the cooking bananas, which I don't eat. And we got to get some of the regular eating bananas, like you're used to. There goes that siren again. It must be 9 o'clock. No, I don't have the much any land. In my opinion, every troll is either just war or flywoods. Yeah, I don't think they have gelato in Yucatan. No, I don't think so. Mangoes, smoothies. Oh yeah, well we have a blender. We make these little drinks or smoothies, whatever, here and there. In fact, we got to start using that more, the blender, and just make all kinds of concoctions. If they don't want to do it, I'll just do it. I don't care what it tastes like sometimes either. I just, mix some veggies in there, mix with fruit, whatever, don't matter. Just get it down. And some things you can make that are absolutely delicious, but there are things you can make that are not delicious, but they're highly nutritious. But you have a choice, really. You might as well make it more palatable. No, we use a blender and whatnot, and we make a lot of mango banana, things like that. Good question. Maybe Barry could do some food reviews when he's released in 5 years. Now you all saw the picture now, of course, of me and Barry. Now you know that who's taller than who. I put that up today. I think it's off right now, but I think you've all seen that earlier. And if you haven't, do I have it right here? Let's see if I have it right here. Give me a second here. Let's see what I got here. Yeah, right here. We just want to get this out of the way. So if you haven't seen us earlier today, here's a picture, and what you're looking at is Gigante on the left. You see Barry in the middle, and you see me on the right side. And you can see how I tower over Barry, and I'm only barely 5'7". So if I'm only barely 5'7", take a look at Barry and get a good look and tell me how tall you think he is. So this dispels the theory about how Barry is taller than me. Yeah, eating rats, barbecue, or steamed. There you go. As I said, take a good look at that picture again. I had it on earlier. Take a good look. Take a good look. Okay, we're going to change it soon. If you want to copy it, whatever you want to do, screenshot it. I'll give you that time to do that. I'll give you 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. I don't fuck around. I produce proof and evidence on my show. Can't say that for everybody else. That picture don't lie, and I don't do no editing. You know me. Barry looks more like 4'8" in there, in my honest opinion. And I'm not a tall guy. I mean, it is what it is. I'm happy with my height. I don't have a problem with that, but I ain't got a choice about it either. Didn't Barry say he played on his high school? I think he said football. Yeah, he plays shit. He played nothing. Played with himself. And Barry is still standing on a 12-inch platform, I bet. No, he really is short. He got the short end of the stick, considering that his uncle is like supposedly 7 feet tall. Remember that one? He has an uncle that's 7 feet tall. Yeah, right. Not in that family, He's a little cockroach, man. He's a little thing, man. Now he's a short guy, but he's now stout. He's got a lot of weight that he gained, but I think that's soon going to be off. I just don't think he's going to be eating that well in that place because my understanding, you can't order food from a Grab application. My understanding, you could have, I think, somebody bring you some food, and you could always pay a guard or something to. It means a lot of expenditure. That's what it means to me. A lot of expenditure. I don't know how much money he's come up with so far. I don't believe anything so far. And initially, they said he raised. Big E said, but well, obviously now you know not to listen to Big E. He's full of shit. But he's got a long way to go, which means I just guess what has it been? Are we at the 2 week mark now, folks? Have you kept track of this? Because I really haven't. I should mark on a calendar. I think he's at the 2 week mark now. He's in there. Is it 2 weeks? Barry is a little teapot, short and stout. Yeah. Is it hotter and more humid in Bickerton in summer? Yeah, it tends to be, I heard. I don't know why over there. Everything happens in the Manila area. Storms, earthquakes, everything. I don't know why people even live out there in Luzon, especially. And Baguio is part of Luzon, so they get their share of disasters too. Mark said to Mick, yeah, it's roasting there in Bickerton. Yeah, you could probably cook a chicken in that place. You could probably baste it and rotisserie it, put it out there. It's not my problem, and hope it will never be. If I could help it. Yeah, well, it's filthy, and that's why people are getting sick, and they don't really care. You know, the prison system out here don't give a shit about you, and I think that's wrong. I know a lot of you like to see Barry suffer and all that, and to a certain point, I'd like to myself, but it's pretty bad, even for Barry, even for him. You know, but as I said, he kind of got himself in that situation, and I had nothing to do with putting him in Bickerton. It wasn't a judge's decision to be sentenced to prison. It just so happened that they had to move him over there, so it kind of worked out for the best as the smoke cleared, and you know, just no chicken, just rotisserie rat. Yeah, man, I saw this, documentary video, and they're showing two dead rats in a garbage can. Yeah, that's just nasty. See, the thing about rats, which is really nasty, how they spread disease too, is because rats piss all the time. They piss a lot. No matter where they are, they piss and they piss and they piss and they shit very rampantly. They really do. It's their nature, spreading disease around and all that. It's really, and if you get rat shit and all that kind of stuff or piss in the water supply or something, that's when you get what do you call that syndrome? A guy I knew in Hawaii they went on in Hawaii quite a bit. Sporidium? No, it was more than sporidium, cryptosporidium. Yeah, there's cryptosporidium and rat lung disease or something like that. It's pretty bad because I knew this guy and he was like starting to build a house, but he didn't. He had like a tent structure, and what he did is he had a 50-gallon drum uh, right off the canopy, kind of a tenting, and the water would drain into there, and he would utilize that water to wash or something or whatever. I really don't think he drank it, but somehow got into his system, and he had that disease with the rats. And I mean, when I just from hearing him talk, he was in the hospital. And he was sick, thought he was going to die. Yeah, he felt so out of it, couldn't even function. He almost died unless you get to the hospital in time. Yeah, beware of rats. They are disease carriers. There's no question about it. The bubonic plague started with rats. Something to do with ticks on the rats or something. I don't know, but bubonic plague. Fozzy's place was nearby, so I did a Grievous and swung there. Just a small pile. Oh, you went there? Yeah, well, they showed the aftermath of that one time. So you were in Pango the other day. Okay, you hired a bike and realized that Fazio's place was nearby, so did it. So they still have shit there they didn't clean up? There's just a small pile of rubbish where a shack was. Yeah, history in the making, man. Even the shack, yeah, shack was removed. Self King said, Frank, what's your take on Ricky's assault on Fazio? Was he wrong to do it, or I think Fazio deserved it, but at the same time, they were both wrong because Ricky took advantage of Fazio. Fazio couldn't take care of himself, you know. He was too old and out of shape, and Ricky did it from behind, and you know, probably paid off some people. He only had 4 days in jail, but of course Fazio went into his. Oh, I'm deaf now. I can't hear in that ear. You know, Fazio always had a problem with his hearing. I've heard him many times talk about it in the history he's been on. But he wanted to use that to try to get some money off Ricky. I think Ricky offered him 30,000 pesos or something, and Fazio refused it. He wanted a big ton of money. Well, that didn't work out real well for him. No, Fazio was a son of a bitch, man. He was an evil motherfucker, but it all stems down to loneliness. I keep on telling you that. That's why he was so miserable. It all stems from loneliness. That was completely his life, completely. That's why he'd be on there for 6 to 8 hours sometimes. He had to have somebody to talk to. He didn't have any hang around friends or anything over there where he lived. Say hello to the neighbors, whatever. They should say, "Oh, there goes that crazy man again." You know, they get into a talking spasm with some people and they just wanted to get away. What's that karate guy's name? He used to study with Elvis Presley on his martial arts. I forgot his name that lived in the area. Fazio used to go there. He's really old now. He's in his 80s. He's still alive. Fazio used to visit him, and as a courtesy, the guy was nice to him. But then um, he would chew the guy's ear off, is what he would. He didn't like that. I've spoken to the guy on text, and he pretty much found out what he needed to know about Fazio, and he didn't want anything to do with him. Yeah, it all comes out in the wash. It's right. They're dropping like flies for a reason. No, it was wrong. No, it was wrong what Ricky did with Fazio. I mean, many will say, you know, Fazio had it coming, and he did. He had it coming from me, actually. So Ricky kind of did me a favor. The slap that was heard around the world, you know. I rejoiced when I seen that video. I really did. But as I said on the same note, I mean, that was like a cowardly way of Ricky doing something like that. So Ricky looked like a coward, and Fazio got the slap he needed, and that's kind of what went down. Yeah, lonely people act bitter, crazy, and spend too much time online attacking people. Am I right? Well, yeah, obviously so. Sophie King says before the slap, the earth is round. After the slap, the earth is flat. Yeah. Well, we got 32 souls on board here tonight. Welcome aboard. Went down to 29, but that's okay. Yeah, it's my little late night review, whatever. I'm not gonna be on too long. Just that might be a good time to do my shows, really. But as I said, I tend to do them in the morning because I get up earlier than most people around here, and you know I get bored. So sometimes I'll do a show in the morning. Greet the new day as I do every morning. I always greet the day. I show you the sky. I said I made it to another day, which is a big thing, man. Every one of you. I don't care what age you're at. I don't care. To greet the new morning is a wonderful thing to greet. It means you're still alive and you're reasonably healthy. I was reading through something. They said if you could do these 10 things when you get up, or you're capable of doing 10 different things at age 70, then you're in pretty good shape for a 70-year-old. And I passed on every one of them, you know, different things. And yeah, so, eh, pardon the yawning, it is late at night for me. Um, I guess I'm doing things, other than the cigarette shit. That's pretty obvious. But I think besides that, I don't know. I cheat. My diet ain't perfect. Someone leaves a cupcake or something around here, and I'm hungry. Well, chances are I'm going to eat it. I have chocolate now and then if it's dark chocolate only. What else? I like an ice cream bar, a Magnum bar that I like to buy every now and again. A nice Magnum bar, good chocolate and Belgian chocolate, and yeah. But I'm not. You don't see me really out buying candy. Uh, the rarity at all. I eat potato chips, which we had some last week, but that was rare. I don't normally buy potato chips and pretzels and Doritos and all that shit. I don't drink really any soda really whatsoever. Occasional time I might have a can of A&W root beer. That's it. But I think that's the key. And you've been seeing this all over the internet now, and they're really getting into it now about the sugar and how you just really need to stay away from sugar, period, meaning zero sugar. And I understand that that's really hard. It's hard for me because I like some sweets here and there. I absolutely do. I'd be lying to you if I said that I didn't. And Gilda's my witness right here. She knows we get into our now and then our little sweet tooth for something. But no, you were asking me earlier, guys, about Jamba Juice place. Well, okay. Um, even juice is sugar. I mean, it's a natural sugar. It's not a high fructose corn syrup, which is a plus. And no, straight juice that's grinded from a fruit is good for you, but it still contains a fair amount of sugar, and according how much you want to drink this shit. I do never recommend you go out and buy like a bottle of grape juice, apple juice, anything like that, cranberry juice, whatever, because that is loaded with sugar. And don't, get fooled by the label. Something might say no added sugar. I studied a little bit of this in New York Tech. It's called Concepts of Advertising. That was one of the courses, and it's all brainwashing. They'll say something like no added sugar, but you see, they are not telling you that there's no sugar in the product. They're saying they didn't add any more sugar. So you got to read the label and watch what it says, because there's so much bullshit advertising going on, how they promote a product, and you just have to be learned and you have to read the label. Like I used to eat tons of Cheerios growing up and through the years. I didn't realize how much sugar is in a helping of Cheerios, especially Honey Nut. Okay, all these, you just can't get away from it. It's hard. It's like a job. You have to just take note of what you're buying. That's all. You want yogurt? Get some real Greek yogurt, not the shit that's strawberry flavored. All the shit you find on there, Yo Play and all that. It's not the genuine article. Okay, what is anymore anyway? Uh, what flavors will Frisbee have to do for Vitality? I don't know. Sofa King says HJs and BJs, haha. No added sugar. Frisbee will need to give Vitali some sugar. Easy Money says no more dyes in food. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. This is why Frank is is number one. Where else can you get this kind of info? Well, not many places on here, really. You know what really gets me? You'll see a guy named Dr. Berg. You'll see on these feeds, health feeds, and the guy's a chiropractor and he's raking in the money. He likes to call himself Dr. Berg. And all Dr. Berg does, he's got a lot of followers. Oh, and they praise him, and there's so much bullshit going on. Oh, wait, before I say it, did something go? Something and Jane. There's a couple out there that have a show. And Jesus Christ, they got 25 million subs or something. It's just a couple. And I'm thinking, what is so special about this couple that they make 25 million subs? God, you're going to be rolling in the cash. I don't know how these couples do it on here. What is so interesting about their show that draws people? I don't get it. Is it like the family life that they don't have or the relationship they don't have and they got to watch somebody else's daily life? But that becomes way too personal because I mean, they're letting you know every single thing they do in their life. I mean, way beyond I ever talked about, way beyond, you know. 25, where the hell do you get 25 million subs? Just a couple. One's either Filipino and the other guy's American. I don't know what it is. I don't know how they do it, man. It's good if you can get into it, man. Don't even need to work, but you do need to work, really, because, well, I don't know. I mean, you got to collect Social Security unless you report your taxes and all that stuff and take Social Security out and all that. You're going to get old someday. But these Social Security, what if your YouTube show goes down the drain for some unbeknownst reason? Then you're pretty fucked, man. But Dr. Berg, and there's another guy too, and all they are is chiropractics. Now, by the way, I'm not saying no chiropractors understand your body. A lot of them do. They're very learned. They could be a doctor, some of them are so well learned about the human body. But generally, the ones you find on here, what do you think they're doing? Not only do they call themselves doctors, but they just want that entitlement to sound important. It gets people to believe they're a real medical doctor, and they're not. Just like I'm not a doctor. But what are they doing? They're pushing their own products. Uh-huh. They're giving their name to certain products, and they're raking in the cash. I mean, if you can do it, go right ahead. But cut the doctor out of your name. I'm sure there's a lot of doctors that are pissed off at these chiropractors that call themselves doctors as if they're a medical doctor and they're not a medical doctor. They have a dentist clinic in Bickerton, Frisbee. No, they don't. They're supposed to have doctors. Oh, yeah. I went to a natural health doctor over when I was in Hawaii. And I mean, the guy comes out with an arm's chest full of these supplements. All they are, it's a health store, is what it is. They're trying to push vitamins. Okay, that's all it is. They came out. I swear, they had on one arm there was 3 or 4 bottles of supplements, and the other arm there were 3 or 4 bottles of supplements. And you're probably talking at least $25 a bottle or something. That's what they push. But you got a lot of people that are gullible. And they want to believe in anything. Now, please don't get me wrong. That natural health is good consideration. If you could do things by nature that could help you rather than taking medicinals, you know, then by all means, if it works for you. But all in all, they're a bunch of quacks. And all they are is a vitamin store. That's all they are. That's all they are. But to call themselves doctors, unless you're a naturopathic doctor, and by the way, a naturopathic doctor trains in Western medicine initially. They just branch out knowing both which I think is an excellent combination. If you could practice both Western medicine and be a naturopathic too, combine it, because these are the people that do understand what vitamin supplements and stuff does. They're going to approach their Western culture approach to the naturopathic thing, and quite possibly that could be a very good match because they know both sides of this, the spectrum on what treatment's going to be good for you and what supplements your body needs. Okay, what's the big? I don't know. I don't watch that, guys. I don't even remember the name of his show. The big, yeah. Um, I don't know if he got deported or I don't know idea. I don't follow him. I don't follow the guy. But I'm sure Barry has met what's his name, Vitali, the Russian guy. He had to. There's no question about it. The guy's a big guy and he shows out and he has a white face. I'm sure he's buddies with Barry now, or maybe not. I noticed that Barry's girlfriend ain't doing much shows lately. She's trying to get everybody's sympathy with the drinking. Not my sympathy. She ain't got my sympathy. Or she's trying to show people, you see what Frank did to me? He drank me to drink, and I didn't drink you. I didn't force you to get into drinking to cover your woes. If she ever had any problems with depression or PTSD, she got it from her boyfriend Barry, not from me. That was so bogus. So now she wants to drown herself in alcohol, but she wanted her viewers to see it. She did those shows purposely. And one, she was just looking in the camera, very somber looking, with an title on there. What about alcohol or something like that? I know exactly how she plays things out, trying to get the sympathy of the viewers. That Frank fucked me over, man, so bad that I'm suffering from all these mental illnesses now. Maybe she got it from Barry. Being in a relationship with him got to be quite challenging. Going to be quite challenging. Oh, Big Burr, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I got to cut it short here because it's wind down time. Me and Hot Legs here, we have to hit the sack. Got to wind down. Glad to be able to entertain you when I can. Probably talk to you in the morning or something if I got something to talk about, really. If not, just greet the morning with my viewers, which I like to do. Bring in a new morning, a new day. I do that for my viewers. But with that being said, I gotta go. Um, I gotta do more shopping, though. Yeah, next week I might go to Cebu. I might accompany the lovely, did I say lovely, Gilda? She has some legal business to take care of. And I still might need to pick up some shit. I told you when I put my mind to something, I gotta do it. I wanted more blueberries, and by golly, I'll go to every store there is and I'll find the right blueberries. Anything else I need, really. I'm trying to think of what it is I do need, though. My chest freezer is not always filled up. Not always. I don't find the right cuts of meat. We eat chicken like it's going out of style. But the one meal I like, God, you could ask Gilda about that. I don't mind a nice roasted whole chicken, and you put those. potatoes around it, man, to get that roasted potatoes. I try to steal and make sure the kids don't get them. If they eat rice, I say, hey, you are rice eaters, man. You are rice eaters. Don't touch my potatoes, my roasted potatoes. And yeah, that can be fattening. It's a lot of carbs, but I don't give a shit because I guess that flavor of the chicken in there when it's roasted. And oh man, I love roasted chicken. I usually take the legs and I'll have my roasted potatoes and anything else you might want to throw with it. Why does it keep on asking me if I want to end this video or cancel? I don't know. How come you don't keep your title as My Philippines Interest? That's the original. Well, because they might get me, you know, kind of screwed up with the copycat My Philippines Interest or whatever. I don't know. I'll probably change it back if I could. I might have to wait 8 days to do it since I just changed it. Because I don't want people to think I'm doing shows out there that are horrible shows, and that's what they're trying to do. Remember, there's only one original My Philippines Interest, and that's me right here. I don't know. After I get off here, I'll try to change the name if it'll allow me. You can only change it so much, and then you might have to wait 8 days or something like that. We might put that title right back on again. Yeah, the chair should be the symbol, the famous office chair. Wow. With that being said, okay, maybe I'll try right now to change the title when I get off. But I got to wind down for the night. I need my beauty sleep, that's for sure. A lot of beauty sleep. I like to sleep through the whole night without waking up once or something. Yeah, it's absolutely original. Faces of my show will go with a song, you know. I started the joke that started the whole world laughing. I started the joke that started the whole world crying. Good definition of my show. I had them laughing, I had them crying. All right. Do appreciate your patronage, if you know what I mean, to my show. Send money, not prayers, but I don't have any way of doing that. There you go. I do and could, but I'm different than the other channels. I see people doing shows every single day, like I've been doing, but there's a lot of others that are doing it every single day. They want that AdSense to build up and algorithms, all this shit. I just get bored of hearing them being so totally 100% redundant. You know, I've gone to this redundancy periods myself with Jordan and all those people, but even I realize, you know, that if I don't want to hear something over again from somebody would bore the hell out of me. So for me to do the same thing over and over again would bore the hell out of you, and at the same time bore the hell out of me. So I try to be a little more creative than that, just a little bit. Okay, guys, this is it. A good night. Me and the missus here need to get our beauty sleep. Hopefully, I will wake up to a new morning. And I hope you do the same. And by the way, now that you know who's taller than Barry, I guess we don't have to talk about that again. The guy is a fidget. A fidget.